Together the whole time, could have streamed just them on the website.
Yeah.
Finally over 1,500.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I did a little campaign there for that one day. Got about 30 people finally.
Yeah.
Bowlers, that concludes your practice. Please hold up. No more deliveries, please. Spectators, let's please send them off with a big round of applause. Once your lane lights come on, your arrows come up, you may begin.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our live coverage of the summer Team USA trials here on Bowl TV. Final round coverage. We'll find out today who the 2 women are and the 2 men are who earned the automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. Women's squad first, obviously, and the men will be on the lanes this afternoon. So we find out here this morning our first 2 members of Team USA in 2014. And coming into today, Carolyn Dorn Ballard, a former 4-time member of Team USA, leads the field by 141 pins. Current Team USA member Stephanie Nation is second. Kayla Johnson third, and current Team USA member Shannon O'Keefe is fourth. We will be able to keep a camera on just about every pair in the International Training and Research Center here, so that last game we can keep an eye on the folks who are going for those top 2 spots. Although if Carolyn Dorn Ballard continues to dominate, it may be only 1 spot up for grabs, because Carolyn leading by more than 140 pins. However, she said yesterday that she knew she had to get as much as she could on the short and the medium, because those were her 2 patterns in the long. She's hoping that she can just kind of survive on. So we'll have to keep a close look at how CDB does in these early games, and that might give us an indication of what her outlook is for the rest of this day. She is on lane 13 currently, so we will have her on our showcase pair for game number 2. And it looks like we will also have Carolyn for games 5 and 6. And she will hit 11 and 12 and 7 and 8 those games. Stephanie Nation, who's in second place, is on 7 and 8 right now in the top right corner of your screen. So we'll have her for games 1 and 2. And it looks like we'll also have Stephanie for game 5 on our showcase pair, which is 9 and 10. Aaron says, phew, early start today. Yes, I agree. Starting 8 a.m. here in Texas, so a little bit of an early start to the day. But it's an important day here at the Summer Team USA Trials. Carolyn Dorn Ballard on lane 13 started with a bucket. So that's not a a great early indication for her, but still just very early. Actually, you can probably see Carolyn on the very far right bottom corner of your screen. She's on 13, so if you look on the 11 and 12 there, you might see Carolyn shooting her bucket there. You can really see the ball going down the lane. She did make it. So on our showcase lanes 9 and 10, we've got Anna Gross, Brandy Stevens, Melanie DiCarlo, Kimmy Davidson. And on 7 and 8, Shannon Plahowski, Kayla Johnson, Stephanie Nation, and Grace Hall. And 11 and 12, Allie Ijams, Michelle Cruz, Ashley Rucker, and Gabriella Mayfield. Kind of looking ahead towards the last game to see who's going to be where. Looks like Shannon O'Keefe and Stephanie Nation will be on the same pair, 13 and 14, for the last game today. That could be interesting. That could come into play as we'll see who is fighting for those top 2 spots for the automatic spots on Team USA 2014 here this morning. By the way, you can follow the live scoring, which seems to be working pretty good here this morning so far. If you go to bowl.com, bowlingitrc.com, or by clicking the link in the description of this video right below. So you'll see right below the video, under the About tab, you'll see a little description, and you can click that link to take you to the page that has the results, the information on the patterns, and the live scoring. And the pattern today, which I know a lot of folks are interested in, is WTBA London, 44 feet, 26.5 mils of oil. So heavy oil, long pattern, and less than 2.5 to 1 ratio. USBC Sport Bowling compliant pattern, as are all of the WTBA patterns. And sport bowling compliant means that it's within the 3 to 1 threshold, 3 to 1 ratio threshold to be a sport pattern. just joining us this morning, we're live at the International Training and Research Center, final round coverage of the Summer Team USA Trials. Carolyn Norton Mallard leading coming into today by more than 140 pins. You can find the standings via the link on bowl.com, bowlingitrc.com, or right under the video you're watching here. We've got the link for you. You see Stephanie Nation up in the top right corner of your screen. She was in second place coming into today, but looks like she's given some pins back early on here this game with the big 4 in the 5th. Let's assume she picks 2 of those. Give her 72 in the 5th. So a very slow start for Stephanie Nation. Carolyn Doran-Ballard showing no signs of slowing down here in game one. Spare three-bagger for CDB to start off round 3. This is the final round. And if you combine that with the low score that Stephanie Nation is currently bowling, same with Kayla Johnson, same with Shannon O'Keefe. This is shaping up to be a big game here for Carolyn Doran-Ballard to increase her lead if she can continue striking at that pace. See Stephanie up in the top right corner. She's working on a strike here. Really could use a double at this stage. And she gets it. But even if Stephanie strikes out, her max is only 222 this game. Already has a couple opens. Kayla Johnson, 115 in the 6th. You see her in the top right corner of your screen. She comes up light, leaves a 2-pin. Carolyn's up again on lane 14. Just left a weak 10-pin. Stephanie Nation just got her 3rd consecutive strike, so she's trying to save this game. Looks like Shannon O'Keefe 113 in the 7th with a strike in the 8th. So Shannon O'Keefe struggling a bit here in game 1 on the long pattern. Kayla Johnson, top right corner with a big split in the 8th. Not helping her cause here. I would have guessed that Kayla would bowl good today on the long, but so far off to a slow start. High rev rate player. Usually expect them to bowl pretty well on the long, but Kayla struggling early on here. She had a good start, but these last few frames have not been very good for her. Carolyn Doran-Ballard just walking down behind Brandy Stevens on lane 9 to take a look at ball reaction, because that's where Carolyn's going next. It's one thing that separates the good players from the great players. Things like that. Carolyn going and checking ball reaction on her next pair. 3 or 4 frames before she's scheduled to move there. She wants to see how they're breaking them down, and she's still down here checking it out. Now Carolyn's back behind watching Stephanie, who's up in the top right corner of your screen. And Stephanie just struck again for 4 in a row, so she's in the process of a good save here. After only having 72 in the 5th, Stephanie has thrown 4 strikes in a row. Shannon Plahowski's bowling a big game here. She went open and has not missed since. She can shoot 256 this game. Plahowski was in 6th place, so this is a big game for her. She'll move up the standings pretty quickly here. She'll jump probably 4 players at least. Stephanie Nation trying to get a second strike in the 10th here, leaves a 4-pin, so that puts her at 201 with the spare. Sorry, 211 with the spare. So 211 for Stephanie Nation. Looked like that game could be a whole lot worse. Looks like Shannon O'Keefe is going to shoot 192. Carolyn Nora Ballard still has 2 frames to go. She can shoot 238 though. Jenna Plowski ended up with 245. Wrapping up our first of 6 games. So this would be game 10 overall. And they'll have 5 more left in the tournament. And again, after 15 total games, the top 2 women earn automatic spots on Team USA in 2014. Kayla Johnson, 184 here in game 1. Nudge that camera over a little bit so that we can watch Carolyn bowl her 10th frame. Carolyn's going to be coming in on the right side of your screen here. There she is. Carolyn Doran-Ballard, 10th frame, working on a strike. Doesn't look like she liked it off her hand, but it struck, so maybe she did. And that puts her in the 220s. One more will put her in the 230s. Carolyn will be on 9 and 10, our showcase pair for the second game. CDB up for second shot in the 10th. She strikes again, so that puts her in the 230s. And it looks like she's going to build on her lead on the field here. By the way, behind the black curtain, that's Earl, our bowling robot. We're using the cameras here inside the International Training and Research Center to move things around and give you a look at Carolyn. .238 for Carolyn Doran-Ballard. reposition our camera back to where it's supposed to be here. All right, so game 2. Looks like it's about ready to get started here. Everybody has moved to their next pair. Still have Stephanie Nation. She's in the bottom right corner on 11 and 12. And we now have Carolyn Doran-Ballard, Christina Fromm, Brenda Padilla, and Mads McDuff on 9 and 10. So we've got our top 2 coming into the day on our featured pairs for game 2. Christina Fromm bowled 237 the first game. Good start to the day for her. She was in 20th place coming into the day, though, at minus. Let's see here, minus 119. So again, Carolyn Doran-Ballard, 238 in game 1. As soon as we get the update, I'll let you know the standings, which shouldn't be too long from now. Yep, it just updated, so how about that? Carolyn Doran-Ballard leading. She is plus 317. Stephanie Nation plus 149. So Carolyn still leading by 168 pins, it looks like. Shannon Plahowski jumps up to third at 21.32, which is 17 behind Stephanie Nation. Kayla Johnson in fourth at 21.09, 40 out of second. Shannon O'Keefe is in fifth at 21.06, 43 out of second place. Carolyn covers up the spare in the first frame. Up on 7 and 8, we've got Elise Bolton, Jackie Carbonetto, Ali Ijams, and Michelle Cruz. And on 11 and 12, Stephanie Nation, Grace Hall, Vanessa Vera, and Susana Signiego. Stephanie Nation in the bottom right corner of your screen there with a 4-pin. Probably lucky to just leave the 4-pin there. Well, we will have Shannon O'Keefe on for the last game. Sorry, the next game, game 3. See Carolyn Doran-Ballard in the main picture there, getting ready to step up here in the 3rd frame. She'll wait for Stephanie Nation to bowl to her right. Stephanie strike spare to start game 2. It comes up light, 2-4-5 for Nation. Nation and Doran-Ballard were teammates. Team USA a couple of years ago when the Team USA women won the team gold medal in Hong Kong at the World Championships. It was the first time in probably more than 20 years, I would guess, almost 20 years that they won the gold medal in team event at the World Championships. They'll be looking to defend that title coming up next month. Doran-Ballard not currently on the team, but Stephanie Nation will be there at the World Championships. We'll have it live for you here on Bowl TV. Here's Carolyn, flat 10 in the 3rd. 5 of the 6 who won that team gold medal for the Team USA women will be competing in the World Championships. Carolyn, the only one who won't be there. She's not currently on the team. She did not try out or submit a resume last year, so she's not on the team. But it'll be Liz Johnson, Kelly Kulik, Shannon Plahowski, Stephanie Nation, Shannon O'Keefe, and then the new addition for this year will be Missy Parkin. And the World Championships begin August 19th, and we will have live coverage for you here on Bowl TV. We'll have that live stream schedule up for you soon, but if you want more information on the World Championships, go to bowl.com/world2013. Bowl.com/world2013. That has the kind of the schedule information, give you an idea of when the events are, what the events are. Shannon O'Keefe, double spare strike to start this game, so she's off to a good start. Carolyn with a strike. So spare strike for CDB to start this game. Looks like she needs to figure out that right lane. Oh, 7-10 split for Stephanie Nation in the bottom right corner of your screen here in the fourth frame. So that's going to hurt her a little bit. RJ asked in the chat why people are bowling this if they're already on the team. This is for 2014 Team USA. There are no members of Team USA 2014 yet. So we will get 2 men, 2 women on Team USA for 2014 here today. The remainder of Team USA for 2014 will either be earned or selected at the Team USA trials in January. And that's going to be January 3rd through the 8th in Las Vegas at the Orleans Bowling Center. Online registration now open at bowl.com/Team USA Trials, bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Capacity is 175 men and 175 women for the Team USA trials, and we do fully expect that the men's field will sell out, so I would not hesitate. I would enter as soon as possible at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. You can enter right online. Joe asking, will they take 2 less people at the trials? No, they will not. The Team USA for 2014 will have 12 men and 12 women instead of 10 men and 10 women. So these are additional spots to Team USA that are being earned here today. Well, Stephanie Nation with the 9 pin in the 5th on the bottom right corner of your screen there, so should be no problem on the spare. That puts her at the equivalent of 84 in the 5th, so not a very high-scoring game so far for Stephanie. A little bit better than her last game, but again, she's in a bad position at the halfway point of the game, just like last time around. Here's Carolyn on the far left side of your screen. Spare strike, spare double for Carolyn, 60 in the 3rd, working on the double. This is the 6th frame for CDB, trying to run away with this thing. And gets another strike, 3 in a row. So if this pace continues, Carolyn is going to just coast right into a Team USA spot here this weekend. Joe says in the chat he's confused on exactly why we did it this way. We added these spots to Team USA to give more people an opportunity to try out, because the Team USA trials in January requires a full week commitment. A lot of people don't have that much vacation time, that much time off to be able to take over the course of the year. So this tournament allowed people to basically take 1 day off from work. Take off Friday, fly in Friday morning, fly out tonight. And that way you get a chance to make it on to Team USA and not have to take a full week off. So it's helpful to those who have full-time jobs and it's hard to get time off to be able to try to bowl their way onto the team. Neil Stremmel did say that the summer trials will return next year, and it will be right here at the training center. He said it will not be the 4th of July weekend, but it will be in July. And I imagine that they will limit the entries again. We didn't reach capacity this time around, but I would guess that next year we probably will, as the word continues to get out about this new event. Stephanie Nation, bottom right corner. There's a strike, so maybe Stephanie turning it on again here in the back half of game 2, just like she did at the back half of game 1. Shannon O'Keefe double 9 spare 4-bagger this game. So Shannon making a move here in game 2. Ballard up in the 7th frame, working on a 3-bagger. CDB needs it to hook, and it does for a 4th consecutive strike. From on the left side of your screen there. Continuing to bowl well today, 237 the first game. strike, spare, double, spare, triple for Christina this game. So 138 in the 6th, and strikes in the 7th and the 8th. So she's off to a good start today. She's got a lot of ground to make up. Not impossible for her to get there, but needs to have a huge day to do it. Stephanie Nation, bottom right, 7th frame, gets the double and a little fist pump for Stephanie Nation. She knows she has to save another game here. Carolyn keeps plowing away here. She is going to win this thing in a rout. Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bold TV. We're at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. It's our final round coverage. The women on the lanes right now. The men will be up this afternoon. Game 2 in progress, game 2 of 6 today. After 15 games of total pinfall, top 2 women will earn automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. We bowled 3 games on Friday, 6 games on Saturday, and 6 games today. Stephanie with another strike, 3 in a row for her. Lindor and Ballard up, middle of your screen with 5 strikes in a row. This is the 9th frame. She can max at 270 if she were to punch it here in the 9th and the 10th. Carolyn said this is a great tune-up for the U.S. Women's Open for her. So she's excited about the opportunity. U.S. Women's Open coming up in just a couple of weeks here. It's going to be combined with the U.S. Open for the men as well, and PBA's Extra Frame will have live streaming coverage of both the U.S. Open and the U.S. Women's Open this time around. I'll be out there, of course, but live coverage will be on PBA.com. Our next broadcast after today is Junior Gold, the final 2 days, the Thursday and Friday of Junior Gold, July 18th and 19th. Shannon O'Keefe, 235 here in game number 2. Shannon was in 5th coming into this game. That should help her out a little bit. Shannon Pluhowski shot 192. Shannon was in 3rd. So it looks like Shannon will jump ahead of the other Shannon. Kayla Johnson also bowling a big game down there. She can get into the 240s, it looks like. And that would put her ahead of Shannon Pluhowski as well. Stephanie Nation with a 248 on that shot. So she has just lowered her scoring potential quite a bit here. Stephanie's max now 211. .246 for Christina Fromm. So she's off to a great start today. Puts her at 83 over on the day. Men are scheduled to get underway at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time, 12:45 Central. Oh, a 7-10 split for Caroline Dorn-Ballard. So that'll put Caroline in the 220s this game. Ryan asking if Stephanie got married, and she is not married. She still goes by Stephanie Nation. Not married yet, I should say. Big 10th for Stephanie down in the bottom right corner of your screen. She pulls it through the face and leaves a split, 6-7-10. And that's going to drop her into the 180s this game if she doesn't make it. Carolyn Doran Ballard, 226. Stephanie misses the split, shoots 186. And Stephanie's going to drop quite a bit with that game. I would guess that Stephanie will go from second down to at least fourth. As we wrap up game 2, we'll transition into game 3 here in just a minute. Well, everybody is now done with game 2 and has moved to their new pairs. We do have Shannon O'Keefe, Caitlin Quinn on 9 and 10. Also Megan Kelly and Emily Fravel, or Fravel. That's our showcase pair, 9 and 10. So Shannon O'Keefe, among the leaders in the tournament. I think Shannon might be as high as 2nd or 3rd after that last game. So waiting on the update, should come any second now. Here's our first look at Shannon O'Keefe. That looks pretty good. Doesn't hook. Thought off her hand it might hook back into the pocket, but does not. And Shannon leaves the 2-5. Shannon with a spare in the first frame. Just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Game 3 in progress here this morning. We do now have the updated standings after game number 3 today, which is game 11, sorry, game number 2 today, game 11 overall. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard has increased her lead to 200 pins. So with 4 games to go, Carolyn Dorn-Ballard leading by 200 pins with 25-43. Kayla Johnson is second at 23.43. Shannon O'Keefe just 2 pins out of second. Stephanie Nation is 8 pins out of second. Shannon Plahowski is in 5th, and she is 19 pins out of second place. Then there's a big drop-off to 6th, which is Ashley Rucker, and she is 88 pins out of second place. So again, Carolyn Doran-Ballard leading by 200 pins. Kayla Johnson in second. Shannon O'Keefe in third, 2 pins back of second. Stephanie Nation is 4th, 8 pins back of second. And Shannon Plahowski in 5th, 19 pins back. And again, the top 2 will earn automatic spots on 2014 Team USA. So I'd say that at this point, looking real good for Carolyn Doran-Ballard to not only finish in the top 2, but to win this thing here this weekend. Still 4 games to go, but the way Carolyn's been bowling, the way that she's moving along here, hard to see a scenario where anything other than a win comes into play for Carolyn Doran-Ballard. Carolyn's low game this week, 192. She had a 192 and a 191 back-to-back in games 2 and 3 yesterday. But other than that, her low game is 219. So Carolyn hit a little rough patch yesterday in the first half on the medium pattern, but bowling well so far today and has increased her lead on the field from 140 to 200 pins in 2 games. Carolyn averaging better than 231 a game. Next highest average, Kayla Johnson, 213. So she's out averaging the field by more than 18 pins per game. By the way, Kayla Johnson has got the front 3 this game. She's now front 4 as she is making a serious run here. And one of these automatic Team USA spots. Kayla will be on our featured pair for game 4. About halfway through game 3, the 6-game block, the final round of competition here at the Summer Team USA Trials. Shannon O'Keefe, spare triple to start this game. So she's off to a pretty good start. Kayla Johnson, by the way, front 5, just left a 4-pin. So her string of strikes comes to an end at 5, but she is off to a great start here this game. Question in the chat, are there Junior Team USA spots offered here? No, there are not. Junior Team USA spots will be available at Junior Gold and at the Team USA Trials in January. And Kayla Johnson missed the 4-pin in the 6th. Can't afford to miss spares at this stage of the tournament. Closing games here. Only got 3 games to go after this one ends. At that point, we'll know the 2 women who have earned automatic spots on Team USA for 2014, and then the men will come on. Scheduled for 12:45 Central, 1:45 Eastern for their final 6 games. Imagine that they'll finish about 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern. We will know the 2 men who are going to get those automatic spots this evening. I want to say good morning to the Overstreets who are watching. Jason and family. Hi, Landon. I know Landon's a big fan of Bowl TV, so thanks for tuning in this morning. And maybe if you're a good boy, Dad will let you go check out an air conditioning unit later. Megan Kelly up on the far left side of your screen here in the 6th. Megan minus 12 on the day. Joe asking who the blonde lefty was on 9 and 10 last game. That was Christina Fromm, the former head coach at Maryland Eastern Shore. Checking in on Carolyn Dorn-Ballard this game. She has an open in the 1st, strike, spare, double so far this game. Carolyn doesn't need to do a whole lot in these last 4 games to finish in the top 2. I would say if she can average about 200 the rest of the way, she'd be good. Shannon O'Keefe's string of strikes comes to an end there with a light 7-pin. Remainder of the spots on Team USA 2014 will be either earned or announced at the Team USA Trials in January. Just recently announced that the Team USA Trials will be held at the Orleans Bowling Center, January 3rd through the 8th. So that's a new venue for the Team USA Trials. Registration is now open online at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Do expect a capacity field of 175 men. So if you're planning to compete, be sure to sign up early. The women's field also 175 capacity, but I don't anticipate that we will reach capacity there. But nevertheless, a good idea to enter early if you want to bowl so that you don't get shut out. Again, bowl.com/Team USA Trials for more information on the January trials, where 3 automatic spots for each division will be up for grabs and 2 selections from that event. And then also we will be announcing the other 5 selections for the men and the 5 for the women right here on Bowl TV in the right after the stepladder finals from that event, just like we did this past January. Shannon O'Keefe, nice looking shot, gets the 7 to fall that time. Strike in the 7th. 137 in the 6th for Shannon. You can follow the live scoring if you go to bowl.com or bowlingitrc.com. You can also click the link in the description of this event right below the video you're watching, and that'll take you straight to the page that has the links to the standings, the lane conditions, and also the live scoring. So you can follow along the live scoring while you watch one of these pairs. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard has strung together 3 strikes in a row, so she's still cruising along down there. She's on lane 5 if you want to follow the live scoring. Kayla Johnson, who's on lane 13, getting ready to go into the 9th frame. She can max at 235 this game. She's in 2nd place coming into this game. Shannon O'Keefe with a 10-pin in the 8th. Shannon Pluhowski, who was right up there in the mix in 5th place coming into this game, can only max at 184 this game. She's on lane 13. She needs to strike again in the 10th to get there. So she could be looking at a 170 game, which would get her going the wrong direction. Shannon Pluhowski did get a double in the 10th, so that'll get her into the 180s this game. Here's Shannon O'Keefe. Yeah, Shannon having some carry issues here this game. Kayla Johnson finishes with 2:15 here in Game 3 today. Kayla was in 2nd coming into this game. And Shannon O'Keefe will have a chance to move ahead of her. Here's Shannon. She leaves the 10-pin. Now Shannon will not be able to move ahead of Kayla because she was 2 pins behind Kayla, and They both can shoot 215 this game. Stephanie Nation trying to get a look at her score. She's down on 1 and 2. Doesn't look like she's bowling a very high game. I think she's going to be in the 160s, 170s, 180s, somewhere in that range this game. We'll have Carolyn on for the last couple of games. She's going to make the turn after game 4 and come back in front of our pairs. So we'll be able to take a look at Carolyn down the stretch. Looks like we're not going to have any movement on the top of the standings. Should stay the same as it is now, I believe. I don't think the top 5 are going to change after this game. O'Keefe with 215, which is exactly what Kayla Johnson had. So Johnson's still ahead of her by 2 pins with 3 games to go. Ashley Rucker just missed a 7-pin in the 10th, shot 211. She was in 6th, so she won't make up any ground. At least not on second place. Carolyn can strike out in the 10th for 217. Let's see if we can take a look at Carolyn. I think you'll be able to see her on the far right side of your screen, or left side of your screen here. There she is. Carolyn leaves the 10-pin on that shot. Wrapping up third game of the day, game 12 overall. Final shots in progress here, although they're just starting the 10th frame on 7 and 8, so they're a little bit behind. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard shoots 204 with 1 open in the first frame. All right, so on 9 and 10 this game, we've got Ashley Rucker, Shannon Pluhowski, Gabriella Mayfield, and also Kayla Johnson. Kayla Johnson through the face on her first shot here in this fourth game. And 7 and 8 still wrapping up game 3. We've got one more shot to go for Susanna. Ashley Rucker, a current member of Junior Team USA, bowls at Arkansas State. She's up in the green pants there, carrying the Brooklyn for the strike. Ashley Galante in the bottom right corner of your screen, former Team USA member. Well, our standings are updated after 12 games. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard still in the lead. Big lead for Carolyn, although it got a little bit smaller after that game. It was 200 pins. Now sits at 189, so only lost 11 pins that game. If she continues that trend, she'll be just fine. Kayla Johnson is second. Shannon O'Keefe is third, 2 pins out of second. Stephanie Nation is fourth, and she is 16 pins from second place. Shannon Pluhowski is in fifth, and she is 50 pins, 50 pins out of second. And then Ashley Rucker, she is in sixth place, and a little bit of a gap there. She sits at 92 pins out of second. So we have Shannon Pluhowski and Kayla Johnson, 2 of the top 5 on 9 and 10 this game. It looks like Carolyn's probably going to win at this rate, and then we'll have a handful of players battling for that last automatic spot. Kayla Johnson, you see her on the screen there on the left side. She has 3 current Team USA members and world champions on her heels with 3 games to go. Kayla breaks it up for the strike and slaps it out, having a little fun out there. Spare double for her to start this game. Always been very impressed with the way that Kayla Johnson throws the ball. I think she'd make a nice addition to Team USA. Always thought that she was one of the elite players out here. And if she can make Team USA, I think she'd benefit greatly from having the opportunity to work with the Team USA coaches here at the International Training and Research Center. Shannon Pluhowski strike, spare strike, and looking at another spare here. Stephanie Nation has started with the front 4 this game. We'll have her on next game. Kayla Johnson, spare double, 4th frame, currently in 2nd place. See if she can get another one here. Oh, wow, breaks up the 2-4-5, collapses it for the strike on a light hit. That's when you know things are going your way right there. Stephanie Nation has the front five this game. So it looks like Stephanie's starting to turn it up a notch here. Shannon O'Keefe has not doubled through 5 frames. Looks like Carolyn Doran-Ballard has the front 4 or 5 down there on lane 1. Actually, front 3 and then 9 spare for Carolyn. Kayla Johnson looking for another strike. Gets her 4th consecutive strike. So spare 4-bagger for Kayla. She tries to stay ahead of the charging Stephanie Nation here with 2.5 games to go. Stephanie Nation is up right now and had the front 5, just went through the face and left the 6-10. So her string of strikes comes to an end at 5. Shannon Pluhowski here on our featured pair hasn't thrown a double yet this game through 6 frames. Kayla Johnson, big story right now. And she continues to make a run here. Leaves the washout. No, something came out and took out that 10 pin. So very lucky to only leave the 1-2-8 on that shot. We'll have 2 games to go after this game ends. And it looks like it's going to be a pretty tight finish. Check in on Carolyn Doran-Ballard here. Looks like she's still in good shape. 115 in the 5th, the strike in the 6th. So CDB still holding strong. Shannon O'Keefe looks to be the one that is fallen back a little bit this game. Shannon in 3rd place coming into this game and has not doubled through 6 frames and hasn't opened. Meanwhile, Stephanie Nation and Kayla Johnson both have pretty big games building here. Kayla Johnson, a good opportunity for her to build a little bit of a lead on Shannon O'Keefe if she can finish off a big game here. Strike in the 7th, 3 frames to go for her. And Kayla can max this game at 267, and that would be huge if she could do that. That would give her a little bit of a cushion ahead of Shannon O'Keefe. But Stephanie Nation is the one that's kind of now on her heels. Stephanie can also max at 267 this game, and Kayla just 16 pins ahead of Stephanie. Shannon O'Keefe will throw a sub-200 game this game, even if she strikes out. So things not going well for O'Keefe. Things going very well for Kayla Johnson so far this game. A double on the board for her with 2 frames to go here in game 4 of 6 in this third and final round of the tournament. Again, the top 2 in the final standings are in automatic spots on Team USA in 2014. So it's a 15-game total that determines our 2 automatic Team USA members, and Carolyn Doran-Ballard has a massive lead on the field. She's out averaging the field by more than 15 pins a game. So things look good for Carolyn to earn a spot on Team USA. It would be her 5th spot on the team. 5th time on the team, I should say. She's on from 2008 till 2011 and has taken the last couple of years off. Shannon Plahowski with a double. Shannon can get to 227 this game if she strikes out in the 10th. Plahowski came into this game 50 pins behind Kayla Johnson, and it looks like Kayla may be on the verge of adding to that tally. Stephanie Nation has cooled off a bit, 3 spares in a row. Stephanie's max this game 254, so an opportunity for Kayla to build a cushion on everybody if she can strike out here. This is the 9th frame, working on a double. It looks good. Kayla keeps it going with the 3-bagger. So Kayla will enter the 10th with an opportunity to strike out for 267. And that would be a huge game at this stage of the competition. Shannon Plahowski, 10th frame, working on a double. Can max at 227 this game. And She goes high, leaves the 3-6. Make it the 2-4, the opposite for the lefty. .205 for Shannon Pluhowski. Ashley Rucker, 238. Good game for her. She has kind of been floating in 6th place. But she's going to be a little bit of a distance out of 2nd, despite the 238 game, it looks like. Shannon O'Keefe going to be in the 170s this game, assuming she makes the 245 that she's shooting here in the 10th. Here's Kayla Johnson working on 3 in a row. Get to 267. This is a big 10th frame for Kayla. And she leaves a flat 10. That'll drop her down into the 240s for her max score. 246, the max for Kayla Johnson now. Stephanie Nation is up in the 10th and just threw a strike for a double. She can still get 254. And if she throws another one, she'll pick up some ground on Johnson. And both of them will have a big lead on Shannon O'Keefe, who just shot 161. Opened in the 10th. So 245, the final score for Kayla Johnson. Stephanie Nation did fail to double in the 10th, so she's going to shoot 243, so she won't make up any ground on Kayla, but she still will be within striking distance with 2 to go. Looks like Stephanie will be 18 pins out of second going into the last two games. Shannon O'Keefe, 161, really hurts her cause here. She was only 2 pins out of second, and now that number is going to jump into the 80s. She'll be 80 pins out of second with 2 to go. Something like that. We will have Stephanie Nation on our showcase pair, 9 and 10, for game 5. And I believe that Carolyn Doran-Ballard will be on 11 and 12. Just wrapping up here, our 4th game. Here in the final frame on 7 and 8. So we will go to our triple box view again here as they get started with game 5 on 9 and 10. It's going to be Allie Ijam, Stephanie Nation, Grace Hall, and Michelle Cruz on 9 and 10 for game 5. 2 games to go. Carolyn Doran-Ballard moving into 11 and 12, so you'll see her on the bottom right corner of your screen. And Stephanie Nation again going to be in the main picture for this second to last game.
Where are you going after this?
All right, so the final game in progress here. I'm sorry, the second to the last game in progress at the Summer Team USA Trials. And see if we've got updated standings yet. And we do. Carolyn Doran-Ballard still in the lead. That lead has shrunk now to 156 pins, but she still has a decent lead with 2 games to go, so things looking really good for Carolyn Doran-Ballard. Kayla Johnson still in second place, as we expected. She now leads Stephanie Nation by 18 pins. And then a pretty big drop-off from 3rd to 4th as Shannon O'Keefe drops to 4th at 27-17, which is, it looks like 85 pins or so back of 2nd. And 86 pins back is Shannon O'Keefe, and then Shannon Pluhowski is 90 pins back of 2nd. So Kayla Johnson and Stephanie Nation look like they're the 2 that are battling right now for that 2nd spot. And we'll learn a lot after this game, whether or not O'Keefe or Pluhowski are going to make a run at this thing or not. Pluhowski is bowling on the same lane as Kayla Johnson, so she will have as good a look as anybody. Kayla with a spare and a double to start this game so far. And you can see Carolyn Doran-Ballard in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen here, working on a strike. It's the 2nd frame for her. Stephanie Nation has started spare. She's in the main picture right now. Here's Carolyn. Yeah, it's a double. I don't think there's any doubt that CDB is going to win this thing here today. Stephanie with a strike. What we're going to do here is you're going to drop out of our triple box and go straight to full screen mode so that we can show you 5 and 6 as well. 5 and 6 is where Pluhowski and Johnson are bowling. So we want to show you the folks who are in the mix for these 2 automatic spots in these final couple of games. And as of right now, that would be Kayla Johnson, Stephanie Nation, Shannon Pluhowski, and Shannon O'Keefe. So Shannon Pluhowski, strike, spare strike, and now this single pin here that she has made in the 4th. So no double for Shannon through 4 frames. Carolyn's going to go next here. So the next one of our folks at the top of the leaderboard who's going to step up on the approach, and she'll be followed by Stephanie Nation. Carolyn, 3rd frame, working on a double. Turns it into a triple to start. Here's Stephanie. This is her 4th frame. Spare strike for Steph. Oh, the 6-spin falls in the gutter and doesn't fall the right way to take out the 10. Go over to Kayla Johnson, who just left a 6-10 in the 4th. You can see Shannon Plahowski also left the same thing. Kayla makes hers. Things kind of ramping up down the stretch here. See if Stephanie can cover up her 10-pin here. So now's the time to get on Facebook and Twitter and spread the word that we've got some potential drama brewing here in the final game and a half. Kayla Johnson, 5th frame. Spare, double spare so far this game for her. That one goes high, and she leaves a split. 4-7-10. See if Kayla can make a run at the split here. Oh, misses it a little bit too far to the left. And so an open frame for Kayla Johnson gives her 93 in the 5th. Carolyn Doran Ballard, 4th frame, perfect so far here in the second to last game. And Carolyn throws another one, so not going to be much drama as to whether or not Carolyn is going to win this thing. Looking pretty solid for her. Here is Stephanie, 5th frame. No doubles yet this game. There's a strike, comes on a spare, so still no doubles. Shannon Pluhowski, 6th frame. Here's Kayla Johnson. Working on an open here. And that's a great shot. Blowout strike there for her. Herb says in the chat that CDB is a great bowler, but she has the house advantage here. I think that's a statement that may lack credibility a bit. Carolyn may have a house advantage because she bowls here frequently, but she's also probably the best bowler in the field, so no surprise that she is leading. I think that if this event was held in the parking lot, Carolyn probably would be at the top of the leaderboard. But a lot of the players in this field have practiced a lot here at the International Training and Research Center, so many of them are familiar with the lanes here. And the lane surface here tends to be pretty good. Like Neil Strummel said, they flatten it every 6 months. So the topography tends to be pretty good and the patterns play pretty true. Carolyn picks the spare in the 5th. Can't quite see what Shannon O'Keefe is doing this game, but I believe she had it open and a spare and a small string of strikes. So it looks like she's doing okay this game. Kayla Johnson trying to put a double on the board, 7th frame. And leaves the 10 pin. CDB, a little wobbling 10 pin there. Shannon Pluhowski working on a double. Needs a big finish here this game and a big last game. Pluhowski can max at 248 this game, sitting 90 pins out of 2nd. She needs all she can get here. Let's go over to Stephanie in the 7th, working on a double. Stephanie 18 pins behind Kayla Johnson coming into this game. And Steph with an errant shot there leaves the 6-10. So Steph with the spare here will have picked up 14 pins this game. So if you took a snapshot right now, Kayla's still leading Stephanie by 4. And here's Kayla in the 8th frame. Good looking shot right there. Strike in the 8th for Kayla Johnson. Stephanie with the spare in the 7th. Again, trailing Kayla Johnson at this exact moment by 4 pins for that 2nd automatic spot on Team USA 2014. Carolyn Dorn-Ballard has all but locked up that top spot for the tournament. Stephanie Nation now, 8th frame. Good shot, leaves the 10-pin. See Junior Team USA member Jackie Carbonetto there, making this fair. Here comes Kayla Johnson. This is the 9th frame, looking for a big double here. This should extend her lead over Nation to 14, or 15, I should say. And instead, it's a split. Bad news for Kayla as that will drop her at this moment down to 3rd. With 1 game and just a couple of frames to go. So Kayla with the open in the 9th gives her 161 in the 9th frame. As we watch Carolyn Dorn-Ballard here. So that's going to give Pluhowski an opportunity to mount the comeback here. As we watch CDB here, comes up light 245, and Pluhowski just struck again. 5 in a row. She can get to 248 this game, so she's definitely not out of it now, especially with Kayla Johnson struggling a bit here in this second to last game. Shooting the spare here. Shannon O'Keefe 224 here in the second to last game. So she will definitely pick up some pins on Kayla Johnson, but here's Stephanie Nation in the 9th. And Stephanie trips out the 4 for the strike. So it looks like Stephanie is going to move into second with a game to go. Pluhowski going to shoot in the 240s this game. And she's going to be right in the mix for that last automatic spot going into the last game. 247 for Pluhowski. 224 for Shannon O'Keefe. Ashley Rucker not quite out of the mix yet. The lefty can get to 253 this game. She's trying to hang in there. Kayla got the first one in the 10th, so she can still get to 191 this game. So winding down our second to last game here. Kayla Johnson with the washout, so 181 is the best that she can shoot. I'll let you know her final tally. Big 10th frame here for Stephanie Nation. If she strikes out, she can shoot 226, and she'd have a nice little cushion going into that last game. Kayla Johnson ended up shooting 179. And Stephanie with a split here. It's a disaster for Nation in the 10th frame. Right now I've got Kayla Johnson at plus 182 with 1 game to go. Shannon Plahowski plus 160 and Shannon O'Keefe plus 141. I also have Ashley Rucker at plus 157. She just shot 253. So we're going to have a lot of folks in the mix here going into the last game. So Nation with the open in the 10th. Shoots 194. Missed opportunity there for her. So she sits at plus 179. So it looks like it's going to be Carolyn Dorn-Ballard in the lead. Kayla Johnson in second. Stephanie Nation third. Shannon Plowski fourth. Ashley Rucker fifth. And Shannon O'Keefe sixth. And 41 pins separates second from sixth. With a game to go. The only thing that we do know for certain is that Carolyn Dorn-Ballard is going to win the Summer Team USA Trials on the women's side. So we've got one more game to go. After this one wraps up, we're in the 10th frame here of second to last game. It's going to be a real tight finish. Kayla Johnson currently in second place, just 3 pins ahead of Stephanie Nation. Shannon Plahowski in fourth. She's 22 pins out of second. Ashley Rucker in fifth. 25 pins outside of second place. And Shannon O'Keefe in sixth. 41 pins back. So a real close finish. Got 5 players going for 1 automatic spot is essentially what it comes down to. CDB, 10th frame, max at 235 this game. And she leaves a washout instead. So if she covers that up, she can still shoot 221 this game. So Carolyn with the open. Still shoots 210, gets to plus 369. So still leading by a hefty margin with a game to go. So Carolyn will earn one of the 2 automatic spots on Team USA. I'm trying to figure out the best place for our cameras to go. I've got a wide shot there of lanes 1 through 4, which has Pluhowski, Johnson, and Rucker on it. Those are 3 of the 5 that are battling for that second automatic spot. I can get a camera on all 5 of the players who are going for that last spot here in this game. See Shannon Plahowski down there on lane number 2. Leaves looks like a washout to start. Shannon O'Keefe with a strike in the first frame. Plahowski starts with an open, so not a good start for her, considering she's 22 out of third. Sorry, out of second. Let's go over and take a look at Stephanie Nation. Her second frame, she started with a strike. Stephanie with the single pin leave. Kayla Johnson goes high on her first shot of this game. Stephanie Nation missed the single pin, by the way. So not a good start for her to this game with that missed single pin in the second frame. Can't afford to make those mistakes at this stage of the competition. So 2 of the 5 that are in contention here already have an open. Kayla starts with a spare. You can see Shannon O'Keefe wearing the stylish pink and black outfit today. The skirt matching the shirt. Gotta like it. Ashley Rucker may be the wild card here. The lefty seems to be dialed in pretty good and has started with a double. Standings are updated now as Stephanie Nation leaves the 8 pin on that shot. Here's Shannon O'Keefe. Shannon starts with a double. Scores are updated now, the official scores. And it does have Carolyn Doran-Ballard at plus 369 in first place. Second place, Kayla Johnson plus 182. Third place, Stephanie Nation plus 179. Fourth place, Shannon Pluhowski plus 160. Fifth place, Ashley Rucker at plus 157. And sixth place, Shannon O'Keefe at plus 141. It's exactly as we expected it to be. So we've got 5 players going for that second automatic spot on Team USA for 2014. Carolyn Doran-Ballard will win the Summer Team USA Trials. You can see Kayla Johnson all the way on the left side of your screen on lane 1. She gets a strike in the second. Question in chat, are their players aware of the standings at the end of each game? Yes, they are. They are broadcast right up at the top of the screen. And the players see them almost immediately after they finish each game. Ashley Rucker has started with the front 3, by the way. She's making a run here in this final game. Here's O'Keefe. Leaves the 7-pin on the double. She's the one that needs the biggest game, being 41 out of second. She needs a huge game because she's got to pass 4 people to get into that number 2 spot. Shannon Pluhowski, strike on lane 2. Shannon with an open, and then a spare to strike. Kayla Johnson, that's a big double for her. Spare double start for Kayla. Go over to Stephanie Nation, who has left a split here in the 4th. Things are starting to slip away a bit from Nation. She opens for the 2nd time this game, has 54 in the 4th. Again, Ashley Rucker with 3 in a row. Just to recap the situation here, we've got Carolyn Doran-Ballard, who's going to win the Summer Team USA trials, no doubt about that. So she'll take up the first automatic spot on Team USA for 2014. The second one is up for grabs. Second place finisher will get that automatic spot. And we've got 5 players going for it here. Here's Shannon O'Keefe, she's one of them. And it's 41 pins that separates the 5 players. And O'Keefe with a lazy 10 there. O'Keefe needs a huge game. She's the one that's in 6th, 41 pins out of 2nd. Shannon Pluhowski with a big strike. It's a double for her. You can see Ashley Rucker in the green pants on the far right side of your screen. Ashley Rucker comes up light on that shot. Had started with 3 in a row, leaves what looks to be the 3-6 on that shot. Kayla Johnson on lane 1 leaves a 10-pin. It's gonna be a close finish here. To say at this point who has the distinct advantage. Obviously Kayla Johnson in 2nd place coming into this game, but only by a few pins. So really the ball is in her court. And with Stephanie Nation struggling a bit early in this game, that helps Kayla's odds a bit here as she makes the spare. Ashley Rucker covers up her spare in the 4th. So she's made up 9 pins on Kayla so far after 4 frames. Which still puts her at 16 pins behind Kayla Johnson with half a game to go. So very much in play. Very well could come down to the final couple of frames here. Shannon Pluhowski, lane 2. Gets a strike. That's 3 in a row for her as she is hanging in there after that early open. She still trails Johnson by 24 at this stage. Ashley Rucker leaves a single pin in the 5th. Here's Kayla, lane number 2 on your screen. Working on a spare is the 5th frame. And she goes high and leaves a 3-6-10, it looks like. Yes, 3-6-10 for Kayla Johnson. Stephanie Nation just left another split of 4-6 in the 6th. And she may be the first one to really bow out here, it looks like, despite being in 3rd coming into this game. Shannon O'Keefe with another 7-pin. Can't get the carry. 3 single pins in a row for her. Ashley Rucker made her spare. Let's see if Kayla can do the same here. And she doesn't. She takes that 3-pin straight back for the open frame. Gives her 94 in the 5th. Stephanie Nation missed that split. She's at 82 in the 6th. So now the door has swung wide open for the lefties, Shannon Pluhowski and Ashley Rucker, to charge right in here. Pluhowski with the spare, 8 spare here on the 3-bagger. So she's made up 11 pins now on Johnson. So now Johnson leads Pluhowski by 11. It's going to be a real close finish here. Kayla Johnson, lane 1, comes up light. Looks like she left just the 2-pin. Flip over and take a look at Stephanie Nation in the 7th. 82 in the 6th for Stephanie. And another split. And looks like she might be done. See Shannon O'Keefe here in the 6th. She throws a strike. The spare is good for Johnson. Ashley Rucker could be a big player here. Down the stretch is what it's looking like. She's got some work to do here, though. But she has pulled to within single digits of Kayla Johnson down the stretch here. Shannon Pluhowski with a strike. Comes on a spare. Here's Rucker on the right side of your screen, lane 4. Comes up light, leaves what looks like to be the 6-5. Sorry, it's the 3-5 for Ashley. Makes more sense. Here's Kayla working on a spare. Delivers a nice strike there. Keeps her 11 pins ahead of Pluhowski. And still just a handful of pins ahead of Rucker. Ashley makes the spare in the 6th. So it looks like a 4-pin advantage for Johnson over Rucker with just a handful of frames to go here. Stephanie Nation up in the 8th, only 91 in the 7th. She's had 3 splits for opens and missed a single pin this game. She throws a strike there, but it doesn't look like Stephanie is going to make it into the top 2. Ashley Rucker stepping up here, working on a spare in the 7th. Green pants, lane 3, gets a strike. Okay, Carolyn Doran-Ballard going to finish first. She's going to take that first automatic spot on Team USA. The second one still in doubt, and we only have a few frames to go. Big shot here for Shannon Pluhowski on lane 1, working on a strike. Gets the double. That pulls her to within a pin of Johnson. Trying to see if Shannon O'Keefe is going to go before Kayla Johnson, and looks like she might. So we'll go over to Shannon O'Keefe real quick here. Shannon still with a chance. It's a slim chance, but a chance. Really has to strike out to have any chance at all. And she gets a double. So that'll keep her hopes alive. They are a little faint at this point. Here's Kayla Johnson. Desperately needs a strike here. And she got it. It's a big double for Kayla Johnson. 2 frames to go. That puts her back to an 11-pin advantage over Pluhowski. Got a pressured packed couple of frames here coming up. Men's squad scheduled to get underway at 12:45 Central Time. So about an hour and 20 minutes from now, they should be on time. Here's Shannon Pluhowski, 9th frame, huge shot here for the lefty. Gets her strike here, gets her back to within 1 of Johnson, and she likes it, and it's a 7-pin. Ashley Rucker, a huge shot here for her, looking for a double, and she leaves the 1-3-6. Let's quickly go over to Shannon O'Keefe. 8th frame, yanks it through the face and leaves a split. No, leaves just the 10, but I think that she really had to carry that to have a chance to make up the ground here. Well, it's starting to look like Kayla Johnson is close. She definitely controls her own destiny here in the final 2 frames. So we watch the closing frames of the women's competition here at the Summer Team USA Trials. Ashley Rucker in the green pants there. Oh, she misses the spare, and that may knock her down right out of this thing. Kayla Johnson, big shot here, working on a double, trying to lock up a spot on Team USA. Leaves the 9 pin. The 4 almost stayed up. So this is going to come down to the final frame. Stephanie Nation mathematically now out of it. She cannot finish second. And I believe that we can go ahead and say the same for Shannon O'Keefe. So it comes down to the 3 players down here on 1 through 4. And that open by Rucker really hurts her cause. Kayla Johnson makes the spare. That keeps her still 11 pins ahead of Shannon Pluhowski. Shannon Pluhowski, 1st frame, or sorry, 10th frame, first shot, and she strikes. Ashley Rucker, 9th frame for her, and she delivers a strike here. Ashley Rucker can max at 223. Shannon Pluhowski can max at 224. Kayla Johnson can max at 213. So it is still Kayla Johnson with the opportunity to take that second automatic spot. She cannot be shut out, is what I'm seeing here. Stephanie Nation shot 148. The best that Shannon O'Keefe can get to is 177 over, which is not going to be enough. That double by Pluhowski mathematically eliminates O'Keefe. So it's going to come down to the final shot, probably the final ball here. This count here for Pluhowski is huge. And she gets 9. So it looks like 223 for Pluhowski. So that puts Puchowski at plus 184. That eliminates Ashley Rucker from the possibility of getting to that number 2 spot. So it's Kayla Johnson, and Kayla needs to shoot 203.
She's got 163 in the 8th with a spare.
So Kayla Johnson, if she goes strike, 9 spare, we have a tie. No?
She's up by 22.
It's up by 22. Okay, got you. So Kayla Johnson gets the first one in the 10th. And that gets her.
She needs 8 to tie. Total pins.
So she needs to still fill some count here in the final couple of shots to guarantee a spot. Tyler Jensen kind of helping me here. It looks like if she spares here in the 10th, she would shoot 203. And that would be enough to get it by 2. So she needs 9 pins total on 2 shots.
5-4.
Tyler says 5-4 would make it exciting. So it's come down to our final frame here, and Kayla Johnson, trying to get on Team USA for the first time in her bowling career, needs 9 pins on 2 shots. Here it is. That's a strike, and Kayla Johnson, welcome to Team USA. Big 10th frame. That's what Team USA members are made of right there. And Kayla Johnson on Team USA for the first time, comes through in the clutch, delivers the double, and knocks Puchowski down to 3rd. So congratulations to Carolyn Dorn-Ballard, who has won the Team USA, Summer Team USA trials. Kayla Johnson gets 8 on the fill, shoots 211. And that puts her at plus 193. Puchowski finishes at plus 184. Shannon O'Keefe finishes 4th at plus 177, and Ashley Rucker 5th at plus 159. So Carolyn Dorn-Ballard is our winner. And Kayla Johnson finishes 3rd. Or sorry, finishes 2nd. There's Carolyn. You can watch her final shot here. She's going to shoot 238 in the last game, and Carolyn Dorn-Ballard earns the top position. So our 2 automatic spots on Team USA 2014 go to Carolyn Dorn-Ballard and Kayla Johnson. So congratulations to those 2.
She's in.
Yeah, Tyler stating the obvious, saying Carolyn's in. The men's squad gets underway in about an hour and 15 minutes. So be sure to stick around for that. But congratulations to Carolyn Dorn-Ballard and to Kayla Johnson on earning the 2 automatic spots here on Team USA this weekend at the Summer Team USA Trials. So we will step away. We'll be back when the men get started in about an hour and 15 minutes. Let's hope it's equally as exciting as it was here to close out this women's squad. But again, congratulations, Carolyn Dorn-Ballard and Kayla Johnson. We'll be back in about an hour and 15 minutes here on Bowl TV with the men's squad.
Tournament bowlers, that concludes your practice. Please hold up. No more deliveries. Spectators, let's send these players off with a round of applause. Bowlers, when your lane lights come on, your arrows come up, you may begin.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our live coverage of the Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. We're at the International Training and Research Center. This is our final round of the men's competition. Showcase pair 9 and 10. AJ Johnson, Eric Vermilia, Brent Bowers, and Eric Martinez are on that pair. Also have 7 and 8 and 11 and 12 for you as well.
We get started with our final round here, and it's the long pattern, which is London, 44 feet today. Want to say congratulations to Carolyn Dorn-Ballard and Kayla Johnson for earning spots on Team USA this morning. On the women's side, they both performed admirably throughout the 15 games, and they finished on top of the standings and take those 2 auto spots for the Team USA trials here this weekend. That gives them spots on the team for 2014. The remainder of the spots will be up for grabs, or the selections will be announced at the Team USA trials in January at the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas, January 3rd through the 8th. And online registration now open for the Team USA trials in January, and that will be available at bowl.com/Team USA trials. You might notice I'm a little distracted, and you can see why. Rod Ross was down here. He's the head coach of Team USA, and he's down there trying to fix a problem, it looks like, looks like there's something in the gutter down there. He ran out to grab it. Rod walking very gingerly not to fall. And it looks like somebody lost a finger insert. So we've got 6 more games to go. Men's competition, they've bowled 9 already. And after 15 games total pinfall, the top 2 will get auto spots on Team USA 2014. And coming into today, Eric Vermelia leading at plus 300. John Zerbinski plus 298, so just a couple of sticks back. Jeffrey Young in third at plus 267. Nathan Bullard fourth, plus 236. Anthony Pepe in fifth, plus 215. But a long ways to go. They're pretty bunched together there, so there are a lot of guys that still have a legit shot to earn one of those 2 auto spots that will be awarded here this afternoon. Just tuning in, we are live at the International Training and Research Center. Final round action here in the men's division of the Summer Team USA Trials. Game 1 of the day in progress, so 1 of 6 on the long pattern today. Like we have all weekend, we've got 9 and 10 in the showcase spot, 7 and 8 and 11 and 12 on the right. And for the last couple of games, we will focus on those players who have the shot at the top 2. We've got enough cameras here at the ITRC that we can get a look at any of the 7 pairs that we are using. So not all great looks, but we can at least take a peek. When it gets down to the nitty-gritty here in a couple of hours. So coming into today, Eric Vermiglia leading the way on the men's side. At plus 300, Erica, Team USA member back in 2005. So it's been a while since he has been a member of the team. Eric getting ready to step into your picture here on the left side of the screen. Looks like Eric's going to back off a little bit. Take a moment, regroup. But Eric Vermiglia plus 300 leading coming into today. John Serbinski in second at plus 298. It's only 2 pins back, so virtually tied. Jeffrey Young third at plus 267. Nathan Bohr fourth, plus 236. Anthony Pepe plus 215. He's in fifth. Matt Gasson plus 170. Vince Biondo the third at plus 133. Mike Fagan plus 126. Chris Vai plus 118. Kevin Andes plus 106. It's the top 10 coming into today with 6 games to go in the competition. Long ways to go here this afternoon. 6 total games. Going to take about probably another 4 hours to finish. So I would imagine that we'll start getting to some of the good stuff here at about, well, let's say 3:30 or so. 3:45, something like that. Central Time is when we'll start getting to the real meat of the action here. It's a long block. It's 6 games with 5 on most of the pairs. Some of the pairs have 4s. I think there's 3 pairs with 4. So they tend to go a little quicker.
Eric Vermilia up on the right lane, lane number 10. Strike, spare strike to start for our tournament leader. And rings a 10 pin on that shot. An update from Puerto Rico, where the girls' singles is currently underway at the PABCON Youth Championships. And it looks like after 3 of 6 games, Junior Team USA Sarah Locher in 3rd place. And she is 47 pins off the lead for the gold medal. We'll try to keep you updated as we move along here. Puerto Rico's Christy Lopez is leading. And Colombia's Juliana Franco is 2nd, and Sarah Locher in 3rd for Junior Team USA. Looks like Natalie Goodwin, Robin Renslow, Mary Wells struggling a bit early on in the singles event in Puerto Rico. So I'll try to keep you updated with that occasionally as we move along here throughout the day. Junior Team USA competing in PABCON Youth Championships in Ponce. The website to find the results for that is FEBOPUR.com. And if you're interested in following that, I will tweet that link out for those of you who want to check in on how Junior Team USA is doing in Puerto Rico. And I did just tweet that, so you can follow me at Lucas_Wiseman, at Lucas_Wiseman, and tweeted the link to the website for the PABCON Youth Championships. Nathan Bohr off to a good start. He's on lane 8. So top right corner of your screen, that's the pair that Nathan's on. Strike, spare, triple for Nathan to start this opening game of the day. And apparently I put the Wiseman jinx on Nathan Bohr because he just left the Greek church after I mentioned that he had 3 in a row. Joe wants to know why they decided to go total pinfall as opposed to the point system in this format. Not sure, but they decided to go with pinfall for this event. Probably because it's a shorter format event, so they wanted to stick with the pinfall, would be my guess. Carolyn Doran Ballard would have finished first no matter what, because I'm pretty sure she won every day. Well, Eric Vermiglia going at a Dutch 200 pace here. Strike, spare, strike, spare, strike, spare. It's hard to really get a good feel for who might make a move today this early on. We need things to kind of settle in here a little bit before we can get an indication of how things might progress today. Vermiglia loves that left lane, but the right lane is the one that's giving him some issues here. All 9 spares on the right lane thus far. See some people bowling some okay games. I'm not seeing anything that's really jumping out at me here early on in this block, as it has been for the whole time. The men very subdued during competition. Robert watching in St. Petersburg. Thanks for watching, Robert. Appreciate it. David wants to know what the lane courtesy is, and I think they're doing 2-lane courtesy. I could be wrong. Haven't really paid too much attention to the lane courtesy, to be honest with you. Looks like we had one player drop out, so it means we've got two pairs with 5 on the pair, and the rest have 4. So that might help things move along a little quicker today. Probably not much, because we're still going to be waiting on the 5s to finish for the most part each game. If you missed it this morning, it was Carolyn Doran-Ballard and Kayla Johnson finishing first and second. Eric Vermilia with a pocket 7-10 split. That right lane's giving him fits. So Carolyn Doran-Ballard and Kayla Johnson both earning the automatic spots on Team USA for 2014 on the women's side. It was an exciting finish. Kayla threw a double in the 10th to earn the spot, just edging Shannon Plahowski by 10 pins.
Joe says in the chat that Fagan is on 279. Yeah, looking at the live scoring, Mike Fagan appears to be putting together a big game here. He's down on lane 1. He's got 1 and 2 for this first game. He should move on to one of our cameras here for the next 2 games. So Mike Fagan will be on for games 2 and 3 on this block. So look for him coming up next. Amelia off to kind of a slow start here to the day. John Stravinsky also had a slow start. Looks like he shot 182 first game. Jeffrey Young, 202. And Nathan Bohr, he can shoot 220 this game. So not a lot of big scores by the guys at the top of the standings. Anthony Pepe shot 193, Matt Gasson 168. So the top 6 really not doing anything special here in game 1. Vince Biondo 194. Mike Fagan's 268. Looks like it's going to prove to be pretty potent here. It's going to move up quite a bit with that game, I think. Or if not move up a lot in the standings, he'll make up a lot of ground on the guys who are ahead of him. Chris Vi, he is down in the bottom right corner of your screen, the double-hander from Ohio. Can shoot 215 if he strikes out here. He got the first one in the 10th already. There's the second one. So Chris Vi will be in the 2 teams. Kevin Andes looking at 187, he's on pace for. So the top 10 really not doing a whole lot special this first game. Kind of all bunched together in that 180 to 210 range, with the exception of Fagan, who shot 268, which that's going to give him a nice boost and put him right in the mix for a shot at the top 2. Players switching pairs now for the most part. About half the pairs are done. They do move after each game. The right lane skips a pair to the right, and the left lane skips a pair to the left. After each game, they will hit a different pair each game during the 6-game block. And using 14 lanes, they're going to hit 12 of the 14 lanes. So all at one pair they will hit over the course of this block. So very fair. .188 for A.J. Johnson, 182 for Brent Bowers. Eric Martinez, he's on the far left side of your screen here. He can max at 219 this game. And Eric Vermilia's max 198. Here's Eric Vermilia, second shot in the 10th. Looks pretty good, and he carries it for the strike and the double. So that'll put Vermilia at 198 with a strike on the fill. So Eric strikes out for 198. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strikes for 198. 4 9 spares and a 7-10 split. Already started with game 2 here on 9 and 10. John Serbinski, Chad Newman, Michael Newton, and Antonio Garcia are on 9 and 10 for this game. 7 and 8 still wrapping up game 1. Should have updated standings just a couple of seconds or a couple of minutes after they finish this game on 7 and 8. They're the last pair to finish. Nathan Bohr is up right now. He can strike out for 220. That would help him gain some ground on the guys ahead of him, but he misses there in the second shot in the 10th, so he's looking at 209 now. He'll still make up a little ground on the guys who are ahead of him. So our last pair is done with game 1. Everybody transitioning now or starting game 2. So I'll let you know as soon as we get an update on the men's side. Should be coming pretty quickly here. I believe that Eric Vermiglia will still be in first place by a few pins. It's probably going to be Vermiglia, Zerbinski, Young, and Bohr still the top 4. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of movement after that first game other than Mike Fagan. Because he shot 268, he will make up a lot of ground. And Fagan on the bottom right corner of your screen right now. This is his first shot in the second game. He comes up light, leaves the 2-pin. All right, now have the update here. Eric Vermiglia sitting at plus 298. John Serbinsky plus 280. Jeffrey Young plus 269. Nathan Bohr plus 245. Anthony Pepe plus 208. Mike Fagan moves up to 6th at plus 194. Matt Gasson drops to 7th at plus 138. Chris Vi at plus 129. Vince Biondo 9th at plus 127. And Kevin Andes in 10th plus 103. So pretty tightly packed there. You got a lot of guys who still have a shot to make the top 2. John Serbinsky this game, front 3 to start. And the update coming in from Puerto Rico after 4 games on the girls' singles. Christy Lopez still in first, the Puerto Rican at 887. Kamala Dahmers of Aruba in second at 860. Sarah Belayo of Mexico third at 827. And Junior Team USA, Sarah Looker has dropped to 5th at plus 22, 65 pins behind first, and so a lot of work to do for Junior Team USA girls if they want to medal here in the girls singles at the PABCON Youth Championships in Puerto Rico. So we'll keep an eye on that as we move along here this afternoon. Should know the medalists in the girls singles in Puerto Rico. The guys don't get started until a little bit later. They're going to be bowling really late into the night. So I will try to tweet when I hear some results, but it's going to be pretty late before the guys get done tonight in Puerto Rico. And if you want to follow all that, you can follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman, at Lucas_Wiseman. So Eric Vermiglia still holding on to the lead with 5 games to go here at the summer trials. Vermiglia leading Serbinsky by 18. I think it's interesting that the way it is set up here, Serbinsky follows Vermiglia. So you notice that Vermiglia was on 9 and 10 last game. Now Serbinsky is there. Vermiglia now on 5 and 6, and so that's where Serbinsky will go next game. Not sure that that's an advantage or a disadvantage for either player, but interesting to note. Jeffrey Young has gone open to start this game. 9 miss, 8 miss, 17 in the second. He was 29 pins off the lead coming into this game, so he has lost a lot of pins here just in 2 frames, especially with Serbinsky going triple spare to start.
couple of 4-9 splits on the showcase pair. Eric Vermiglia went spare, double, spare, split. So for some of these guys at the top of the standings, the scoring pace a little on the slow side early on here in this final round. Our next live stream after today is going to be Junior Gold. We will be on for the final 2 days of Junior Gold, which is the Thursday, Friday of that week, July 18th and 19th. And July 18th and 19th will be on the air for Junior Gold, right here on Bowl TV. We'll be on all day long both those days. So be sure to tune in and watch the top youth bowlers in the country battle for spots on Junior Team USA at the Junior Gold Championships. And if you're sitting at home watching the Summer Team USA trials right now, I want you to listen up. Because I think everybody dreams of one day making it on to Team USA. And you will have your opportunity at the Team USA trials in January. Registration now open at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. Bowl.com/Team USA Trials is where you can find information. We just announced this past week that the January trials will be held at the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas, January 3rd through the 8th, 2014. Entries are capped at 175 men and 175 women. So be sure to get your entry in early. We fully expect a sold-out men's field for the trials in January. So if you plan to bowl, enter early. You have been warned. One last time, bowl.com/Team USA Trials is where you can find the online registration. Mike Fagan in the bottom right corner of your screen just left a, looked like a high pocket 410.
looking at the standings and you're wondering why Michael Bailey only has 9 games listed, he dropped out. He elected not to continue bowling here this weekend. Not sure why, but he has dropped out, so that's why he's only got 9 games in. John Serbinsky, a little high on that one, leaves the 9 pin. Was looking for a double there, but we'll settle for a spare attempt here. So far, not a lot of people making big moves here. Seem to be just kind of grinding it out so far early on in this final round on the long pattern. Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. We are in the closing stages of Game 2 on the men's side. The women's competition was held this morning, and Carolyn Dorn-Ballard and Kayla Johnson earned the automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. The first time Kayla Johnson has been on Team USA. And it's the first time in 2 years that Carolyn Dorn-Ballard has been on the team. Carolyn was on from 2008 until 2011. They decided to take a couple of years off and not try out for the team, but decided to give it a try this time around, and easily made her way onto the team. Once again, she led the field by a wide margin. So far, here on this men's squad, a little lacking a little bit of drama, as a lot of the guys at the top of the leaderboard aren't really putting together any big scores. They have been going at a pretty subdued scoring pace so far this afternoon, and Neil Stremmel is joining us, the managing director of National Governing Body for USBC. Neil, any thoughts on why the scoring pace might be a little bit lower for the guys on this squad?
Well, conditions are definitely difficult, and while we had Michael Fagan shoot 268, as you've probably talked about, all the other scores are about 180 to 210. So I think they'll open up, and the players are figure it out and get in the right spot and start stringing some strikes. But yeah, it's tough.
And the pattern that we're bowling on today is London, which I believe is 44 feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where would you rank that? Is that one of the tougher patterns?
It definitely is one of the tougher patterns. It's not as tough as Mexico City, but I would say in the long category, it's second, right behind Mexico City, and overall it might be second or third overall as toughest pattern. Sydney and Los Angeles in the short category can be tough, but it really depends on the surface and topography. So this is definitely one of the tougher patterns out there.
Nathan Bohr, bottom right corner of your screen. There's a double for him. He has a couple opens this game. And Neil, we saw this morning, the two women's automatic spots, Carolyn Doran-Ballard, Kayla Johnson, and we've watched Kayla Johnson bowl quite a bit over the years. She's tried out for the team a number of times, and I've always said on the broadcast here on Bowl TV that I've been very impressed with Kayla Johnson's game. I think she's a real talent, and she's going to be a real asset to Team USA, and I just always had a feeling it was only a matter of time before she found a way to make it on to Team USA. So I imagine that you guys are probably pretty excited to have a fresh face on the team who's got a couple of assets that you don't see a lot of times in women's bowling, which is a high ball speed, high rev rate. So talk a little bit about the excitement of having somebody new, a fresh face like Kayla Johnson on the team.
Yeah, we talked about her at team trials in Las Vegas in January, and yeah, I kind of went on about her also, and she struggled in January on the very first day. I couldn't even tell you what pattern that was. It probably wasn't shorts. We only bowled one day on short, so I'm not sure what we bowled on the first day. She struggled, and it was going to be a long road back, and she came close to making it back, and we talked about that, and also talked about her, higher ball speed, higher rev rate, and that's why she bowls well on the medium and the long patterns, especially long. She bowled very well today. She bowled well yesterday. And on the short pattern, we only bowled 3 games on the short pattern, and she had, a bad first game, but then bowled a couple of pretty decent games. And usually somebody with the higher rev rate struggles on the shorter pattern, trying to play right up the ditch, straight up the ditch. And she's a very versatile player, and she did struggle on one game, but did very well bowling that short pattern, and kept herself in the running, and then came screaming back on day 2 and 3. Of course, nobody was going to catch Carolyn. She ran away with it this year. But yeah, we're very happy to see her. I'm very happy to see her on the team. I think it's going to be great to have her on the team. Different talent level as far as some of the long and medium patterns, and it'll be interesting to see what happens next year.
I talked to Kayla and Carolyn right after they finished, and Kayla told me that the thing that she was most excited about was the learning portion of being on Team USA and being able to train with Rod Ross, Kim Terrell-Kearney, and the coaching staff here at the International Training and Research Center. And that's one thing that we've talked about before. You've seen some of the new players into the program who have improved dramatically as a result of having the exposure to the best coaches in the game. And I think that we might see that with Kayla. I think that there's a real opportunity for her to take her game to the next level as a direct result of making the team here today.
I think so too. We've talked about Danielle McEwen and Marshall Kent. I mean, they were very good bowlers to begin with, just like Kayla is, but after a couple of camps, after just one camp really, they both just took off. Now, I could say the same thing for Ashley Rucker. She just had her first camp on Junior Team USA about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago, and she dang near made the team earlier today as well. And she bowled great. She bowled great under pressure, and she was right there. She had a chance. She started the last game with a 3-bagger and put the pressure on the other girls. And so I totally agree with you. I think we might see Kayla take a step forward, and it's great that she has that knowledge and understanding of what can happen, and she'll come into camp with her eyes wide open, and I think we can help her on a few things. She's a great bowler, and it's not like we're going to change her game. We just find a few things that could really help her.
And I think Kayla is a great example of why we held these team trials this weekend, because she's one who works, and she was able to come and bowl, and as soon as they finished here today, she was on the road because she's got to work tomorrow. And so,
Yep.
It was a good opportunity for her to come and give it a try to bowl the trials and not have to take too much time off of work, which is exactly why we set it up and scheduled it this way for the women especially, so that they could come in and get out pretty quick and still have a shot to make the team.
Yeah, I talked to her right afterwards, and I said, "Are you going to be able to stick around for the, the awards ceremony?" She's like, "No, I got to work tomorrow." And I'm like, "Well, that's part of why we had it."
Yep.
She said, "I appreciate that." And so we had a little ceremony, and you got a couple of pictures, and we went from there. And
Carolyn even has to catch a flight today too.
I
don't know where she's going, but she's heading out of town somewhere.
You're exactly right. She had to go catch a plane as well, and it was going to be too tight for her, so we just did the whole ceremony, and it was kind of on the low down, but it was good, and I know they're both happy, and they're both on their way, and both happy to be on the team for next year.
John Serminski shot 191 in that game, and Eric Vermiglia is going to throw. He's thrown 4 strikes in a row. He can get to 214 this game, so Eric will stay in the lead, it looks like. Neil, just talk a little bit about how important it is to have some new faces make it onto the team like Kayla did today. You've got it's important to kind of nurture and develop some new talent as time goes on, because you're not going to be able to rely on the people who have been on the team forever. So you've got to develop some new talent eventually, right?
Yeah, definitely. And we've been doing that, and we'll continue to do more. One of the reasons we had this team trials, like you said, is to get some different faces, different opportunities for some people that are great bowlers. They don't get a chance to, some of them don't get a chance to go spend a week in Las Vegas in January. That's either just a bad time for them, or they have school, or they're teachers, or they work. They just don't get that much time off, what have you. So this gives them a chance to come here, short duration tournament really, 3 games on Friday, 6 Saturday, 6 Sunday, and get you a really good, gives us a good view of the bowlers, and whoever wins here definitely deserves to be on the team, because we've got a great group of bowlers here, and that'll give a couple of new faces every year, hopefully, because in addition to doing this tournament, we've expanded Team USA from 10 to 12 people, which will guarantee us of getting a few fresh faces. We just talked about Danielle and Marshall. Those are fresh faces on Team USA a couple years ago, and you just see how much better, how much more confident they get, and it's good. We got to keep doing this. We got to keep developing players. We got to have something for all of our young bowlers to strive for, and we need them to represent our great sport across the country, across the world.
I know Carolyn said that one of the main reasons she bowled is because you can't buy practice like this. And she's got the U.S. Women's Open coming up, and it's about as good a practice as you can get. And turns out that Carolyn didn't just get some good practice in. She annihilated it, and she really won by a wide margin. And I could tell just how seriously Carolyn was taking it today, because she was ahead by a lot, and yet she was still coming down and watching the next pair that she was going to move to read transition and see how the lanes might be playing one pair ahead. And that's an indication to me that she was taking it pretty seriously today.
Yeah, if you know Carolyn, and if you see her bowl, she's a different person out on the lanes, different as in just focused and serious and determined. And no matter what, that's the way she is. So even with the huge lead, even if it doesn't mean that much to her, even if she's just practicing, she can't help it. That's just the way she is, and that's why she's always been successful. And we're glad to have her back on the team. She's
certainly belongs on the team, without a doubt.
Yeah, she belongs. She's a force, and she'll be great with some of the younger kids that make the team as well, because they definitely look up to her. Can you imagine being on the same team as your idol growing up? And I think that's what a few of them are going to get with Carolyn on the team again next year.
And Carolyn jokes that she's the oldest in the field by 20 years, but she still is obviously the most talented in the field today, this weekend. And
yeah, it wasn't even close. And yeah, she's just that good. We had Walter Ray Williams on the team just a couple of years ago, and is the same kind of thing. I mean, you know, some people are just that good, and it's great to have them on the team. Their viewpoint, their point of view as far as how they read lanes, how they deal with competition, how, you know, what they eat each day of competition, just stuff like that that you can get from somebody who's been there so long and had so much success. It just helps the rest of the team as well.
Carolyn also said that she was really impressed by the level of talent of oh, he almost made that 7-10 there. Really impressed by the level of talent of the women in the field, especially the youngsters, and it gave her a lot of hope for the future for the Team USA program, that there were so many talented young ladies out here giving it a try for Team USA. And she said, if I, you know, Carolyn's our director of coaching for USBC, she's like, if I could just take 10 of these women and bring them in here and, you know, and give them some lessons, we could really, you know, get them headed on the right track. Because she said so many of them are just one small adjustment away from being exceptional bowlers. And so that's good. That shows that we've got a lot of potential out there in the up-and-coming ranks for Team USA. And the more that these talented youngsters continue to bowl in events like this, the better they're going to get.
Yeah, the fact that we have events like this and team trials, as well as all the collegiate events that we have, and high school is getting bigger and better. It is unbelievable that the talent level has gotten to this point. You know, if you look at all the young kids that bowl team trials, and there's a lot of them here today, men and women. There's a lot of good bowlers. It does speak highly for the future of our sport. You know, we hear a lot of the negatives in bowling, and I tell you, come watch a junior gold, come watch one of these team trials if you have a concern about the future of our sport, because there is obviously a lot of good coaching across the country, because these bowlers don't get this good just by bowling a lot of games. When I was a kid, that's what I did, and you can get very consistent at a bad form, but it's only going to take you so far. And these kids work on everything: their release, their approach, their mental game, ball motion, etc. And it helps them, you know, improve to get to this level. It's really unbelievable how far all of them have come in the last few years. Because if you look at a group like this of the best bowlers 10 years ago, it wouldn't look anything like this. The form, the ability, the athleticism would not compete with what we have today. It's unbelievable.
Well, Mike Fagan in the bottom right corner of your screen. They're still finishing up game 2 down there, and 7-8's already started game 3. And Fagan with a double in the 10th, going to get him into the low 200s this game.
Yeah, he needs to keep pushing forward. He's not going to gain any ground, but he won't lose much ground either.
Yeah, the guys above him really didn't do a whole lot that game. We saw Vermelia shoot 2-teen. Zawinski, I think he was like 190s. Jeffrey Young shot 2-teen. Nathan Boer is going to be in the 180s or 190s. So
yeah, it's
not a lot of big scores today early on for the guys at the top of the standings.
I think the difference between the guys and the girls starting out, the girls were a little bit higher scoring. I think they start a little further right, and they're probably in more of the right part of the lane. Guys have a little more hand. They need to open this up a little bit before they start stringing some strikes and scoring. So it's a little tougher shot for them right now. I've said this before. They need to be smarter like the girls.
Seems like that is always the case. They always need to
start together,
start a little bit,
start further
start
right,
further
start
right,
together.
and start together, and it'd almost be better if they had like a meeting before they started bowling and say, okay guys,
Here's what
we're all going to start up 10 and break them down, and then we'll all whack them. But some of the guys probably don't mind that they get hard, I would guess. You know, there are some people who, hey, if you want to make them hard, I'll still whack them, you know?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
for some of these guys, it doesn't matter what you do to the lanes. They're still going to bowl well.
Yeah, you get to a tournament like this and this elite level of athlete, you're right. They don't care quite so much about the scoring pace. If it's going to be tough, fine, as long as it's tough for everybody, you know, and they'll figure it out. And you know, if it's a scoring contest, then, you know, they feel like, well, I can figure that out as well. But, you know, you get one carry here and there difference, and next thing you know, it's a huge difference in score. So a lot of them just soon it be tougher, not impossible, but tougher. And I think that's where we're at right now.
I think one thing that's good about having the event in a smaller venue like this is that we're only using 7 pairs. So I believe that each player hits a different pair each game, and you bowl on 6 of the 7 pairs in the block. So you know, that kind of makes things even throughout the course of the block. There's no complaining about I bowled half my games on the low end or I bowled half my games on the high end, and you don't have that here.
Yep. So that'll keep it tighter scoring wise as well. So pace of play should keep moving forward, and the scoring should be where it needs to be. It should open up a little bit more, but right now it's tough, and that's okay.
Yeah, they do seem pretty low scoring out there right now. Mike Fagan 203, Nathan Bohr 192, as 11 and 12 has finished now with game 2, and that means we can get started with game 3 on 7 and 8, 11 and 12. We're already in the third frame on 9 and 10, and they also are in the third frame on 5 and 6. So you got a couple of pairs that are able to get started in bowling, but I have a feeling they're going to catch a threesome at some point. That'll kind of slow them back down to where they should be in terms of pace of play. Correct.
Yeah, the fact that scores are down a bit, you know, I guess it doesn't concern me all that much. I think it's just important that we know that the bowlers are, you know, executing, covering their spares, throwing good shots, and I think that's what we're seeing right now, because we're not seeing a bunch of 140s and 150s telling me that they're impossible. We're seeing virtually everything between 180 and 210, and everybody's, you know, covering, maybe throwing a split here and there, and getting a double here and there, and that's what it's about right now.
So game 3 in progress. We should have the standings after game 2 here in just a couple of minutes. I expect that it will still be Eric Vermilya in the lead with John Serbinsky second.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Young. Well, Jeffrey Young may have passed John. I think he did actually pass John Serbinsky, because Jeffrey shot 214, John shot 190. So, and he was only 11 back. So Jeffrey may have jumped into second place. But it's not going to be any sort of drastic movements, I don't think, in the standings. Things are still going to be bunched together pretty closely.
Yeah, we talked yesterday about it being a sprint. You know, it's not a marathon bowling session, and you know, being able to jump out and jump on it and get going is important, and that's exactly what Fagan did. You get to practice on a pair for 10 minutes. That needs to be a high-scoring pair for you, and that's your chance to figure it out and get lined up and do well on that. And then when you move, you know, I'm sure it's going to be different. But Fagan was the only one that really jumped on that first pair. And I think that's one of the things we focus on at international competition and Team USA camps is you get 10 minutes on that first pair, you need to jump on that. You need to put up a big score the very first game, and then when you move, you got to keep clean and try to get a string going, try to figure it out and make an adjustment, get a string going, and of course he's good at that as well.
Standings are updated, and Eric Vermilya still in the lead at plus 311. Jeffrey Young now second, plus 284. John Serbinsky third, plus 271. Nathan Bohr fourth, plus 237. Anthony Pepe fifth place, plus 212. Mike Fagan plus 197, and then Chris Vi plus 128. So a little bit of a gap forming there as we move into the third game of the day. 4 games left overall, with Vermilya and Young currently first and second. Jeffrey Young in the bottom right corner of your screen is on one of our featured pairs for this game. And Jeffrey, a former junior Team USA member and a former college bowler at Wichita State. but has yet to break through to make Team USA. So it could be his weekend here. You never know.
That's true, and it would be the same thing that happened this morning. We had somebody that's come very close many times, in Kayla Johnson, and she came through in the clutch. She had to strike 8 count, needed a strike 8 count in the 10th, and got the first strike, and
She do another one too, yeah.
I think she threw the second one, yeah.
Yep. She doubled in the 10th to lock it up.
So that's a good sign of somebody who's, you know, relaxing their hand, no grip pressure, able to throw a couple of strikes under that much pressure. She's come a long ways.
And Shannon Plahowski had stepped up right before that and doubled in the 10th, as you would expect from a multi-time Team USA member, world champion, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And she put all the pressure on the youngster, and Kayla stepped up and snagged it right back from her and took that spot. I think that Kayla Johnson was not going to be denied this weekend, and she showed it at the end of the block.
Yeah, it was great to see.
Yeah, it was a pretty exciting finish, and so happy to see Kayla on the team and Carolyn back on the team as well. Robert asking if we have any comments on the lane transition and what the players are going through. It started as a 44-foot pattern. It's London, and it looks like it has started out playing pretty tough, but Neil, you think it might start to open up at some point a little bit?
Yeah, well, this game will start to see definitely a few of the pairs should start scoring better. If you know, some pairs seem to score better than others, it's either because they, you know, the ones that are scoring better were broken down a little bit better, and the ones that don't either just don't have the right people on them right yet, or yeah, people before them were a little too clueless of what's going on and where to throw the ball. So I'm starting to see a few more strikes, a few strings. It's a little too early to tell this game, but
well, Zervinski's got a good game going already. He's already bowled 5 frames. He's on a pair with only 4. He's at spare 4-bagger on lane 5. So
yep.
He's off to a good start this game. And Eric Vermilia, he's just gotten started with this game. And Jeffrey Young has started with a double. So it seems like in situations like this, we see the players kind of struggle as a group to put out big scores. And then all of a sudden you'll see all of them shoot some big scores at once. That's kind of how it seems to work. And I don't know if it's a result of the lanes just opening up or the players just kind of feeding off each other and seeing each other start to strike, and they just kind of turn it up a notch. But this may be the game that we see it start to take it to the next level.
yeah, game 2 and 3, you start to realize that if they're going to be tough, well, you're not going to fit it. You can't just try to fit it in somewhere. You got to relax that swing, and just, you know, feed the ball down the lane and try to just let it happen. And game 2 and 3, they start to relax, even if the scores aren't there. They just try to throw their game, and that's part of it. And the other part of it is usually by game 3, it starts to open up. All the pairs start to open up a little bit better. If you get too deep too fast, you won't see it and feel it, and you still feel like you're in jail and tight. But if you can get a little bit of a zone and get relaxed, you'll start to come this game.
Just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. We have about 3.5 games to go in our final round of the men's competition. The women already bowled this morning. Carolyn Doran-Ballard, Kayla Johnson earning the automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. The rest of the spots will either be earned or the selections will be announced in January at the Team USA Trials in Las Vegas at the Orleans Bowling Center, January 3rd through the 8th, 2014. Online registration now open at bowl.com/Team USA Trials. We expect the men's field to sell out, so would encourage you to enter early if you plan to compete. Jeffrey Young with the front 4 now. And John Serminski spare 5-bagger. So we could be seeing the floodgates opening here a little bit for some of the guys at the top of the standings.
Yep, as expected. And we're still at a point where they got to make good quality shots and be smart enough to be in the right part of the lane. And the level of competition that we have here, we should see that.
Jeffrey Young's over here having some fun with us.
Jeffrey Young's he's going to take zeros for the rest of the game because he's going to be duct taped to the wall.
That's right.
Won't be able to get out there to bowl.
He's over here messing with us, so I threatened to wrap him up in the duct tape. And kind of hard to throw a bowling ball when your arms are taped around your side. But that's you can tell he's always in a happy place. It seems like just a happy-go-lucky kind of guy.
Well, that goes to being relaxed as well.
Yeah, it's a good sign for him. I think that he's that relaxed, given the nature of the situation. Because a lot of people and Kayla talked about that this morning, a lot of people dream of making Team USA. So Jeffrey, one that has an opportunity to make that dream a reality here today.
Yeah, she'd never been on the team, been close, and has known that at times she's thrown the ball well enough to make the team, and that's exactly what she did this weekend. So I know it's just imagine what a great feeling that is, and I saw it on her face, and that's part of what I love about Team USA, this event, team trials, any kind of international competition, just to see success and what it does to somebody. It's something we'll never forget, and it's fantastic.
Well, Neil, I'm going to step out for a quick second here. I'm going to let you take the reins here, drive the ship here, but
okay.
And I'll set you up with a question as to. I know we answered this a couple of days ago, but a lot of people tuning in for the first time. Why did we decide to have the Summer Team USA trials? And you can talk a little bit about that. I'm sure you can go on for about 5 or 10 minutes about that. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yes, everybody here. How many do we have listening now? Because by the time you get back, it'll be down to 12. So 322. See if I can knock off 300 of those. 332. All right. Well, there's a variety of reasons why we decided to have these team trials here at the ITRC during the summer, and one of them is just the fact that having them in January for a week is great. We get a great team out of that. We get 5 players from that event for sure, and then we select the 5 additional players that could be from that event or could be from resumes that were submitted. And not everybody can make that team trials in January. Either it's a bad time of year for them, they got school, whether they're teaching school or they're in school. We get a lot of collegiate kids that come out to bowl, and even high school kids. So that can be a bad time, a tough time for them. This allows people another opportunity. Maybe summertime is when you're off of school or what have you, or if you work. This was the 4th of July weekend. Like Kayla Johnson, for example, had the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. And so she's able to come here. She didn't miss any work, didn't have to take any vacation. Now next year, now that she's on the team, next year she'll be able to save that week of vacation, be able to come to camp, which is a week, go, if she gets selected, she'll be able to go bowl, whatever she gets selected, go bowl. That'll be another week, or in fact this year combined world championships is 2.5 weeks, so pretty quickly you can start to lose your vacation time if that's what you're at. The women don't have anything to bowl. They don't have a tour anymore, as you all know. So they can bowl the Queens, they can bowl the U.S. Women's Open. There's plenty of other tournaments here and there, but at an elite level, those are the 2 big ones, and then team trials and international competition is it. So we wanted to mix this in, give people the opportunity to bowl this type of an event without taking a lot of time off of work. And we're going to have it here at the ITRC next year as well is the plan, and it's the home of Team USA, so why wouldn't we have it here? We're able to, you know, utilize all these cameras that you've been using and pretty much look at anything and everything. It's great for people to come here and see this. We know a lot about these lanes. We published the topography maps so people could use and see them. That's another thing that's used internationally. Most tournaments now internationally have the topography maps, and they are given to the coaches, given to the teams when we bowl. So every 6 months here we do lane mapping, and usually right now in the summertime we'd fix, you know, we'd pull up some panels, we'd fix some of the topography issues of settling and whatnot, and then we'd be relatively flat again and go forward. But we decided to hold off on fixing that this year to publish these topography maps and let people see what it looks like, try to utilize that information that we have to use for international competition anyway. So once again, we want to simulate international competition, and that's just another way we're able to do it. So I know whatever I was saying was very exciting, Lucas, and I think we went from 332 down to 12.
Now it's a 347.
And now we went back up because I heard you were coming back soon.
Well, thanks for covering me for me for a minute. I had to go grab another bottle of water. I've been a little bit under the weather the last week, so I'm trying to stay hydrated. I ran out of water there. So.
Yeah, and it's pretty cold in here. We always want to have it as cold as possible for the bowlers because they get hot, and of course all the spectators hate that, but that's the way it is internationally as well.
Well, I always know better. I've always got my jacket handy, and a lot of times I wear 2 pairs of socks when I'm going to be live streaming at the trading center.
So when it's so cold though, it ends up, you know, drying the place out. So you definitely got to drink a lot of water, otherwise. And when you're talking a lot, you just get dried out.
Boondoggle 42 is asking if any of this is going to be archived on our YouTube channel, and yes, you can find all of the action here on our YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/bowltv. The first 2 rounds are already on here, and this one will be on shortly after it concludes. Well, looks like Jeffrey Young still striking away. Got the front 6. John Cervinsky went spare, 5-bagger, open double. So John can shoot 250 this game. So kind of taking it up a notch here in this second game. And Eric Vermillion is down on lane 1. Strike, spare, spare, double for him. So, and I know that Eric is a score watcher, so he's probably looking over and he's seeing Cervinsky bowling a big game, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's caught an eye on Jeffrey Young's game. So Eric probably knows that it's time for him to kind of step it up and start throwing some strikes, or he's going to get caught pretty fast.
Yeah.
Jeffrey's about to be up here on the bottom right corner of your screen. We'll take it full so you can take a look at Jeffrey Young with the front 6. You got another one.
Another one.
Yep. Well, Jeffrey with the front 7, as it looks like Jeffrey's starting to make his move here. With it's a little bit more than 3 games to go. It's a pretty good time to have the front 7. Not that it's a bad time to have it, but this is
practice is kind of a bad time.
That's true. But this is an ideal time to really start to get into the feel here.
Yeah.
For Jeffrey. Plus 17 coming into this game, so he's bowling pretty good.
Yeah, plus 17 is pretty good at this point.
Yeah,
there aren't too many people.
Yeah, easily
plus.
in the top 10 on the just plus 17. You wouldn't think it would be, but plus 17 is a good score so far. John Cervinsky just left a single pin on his first shot in the 10th, so that'll lower his max potential down to 235.
Yeah, looks like a 7-pin, so he'll need to cover that up to max out.
Yeah, and 235 for Zarinsky. Looks like he's going to probably lose some ground here to Jeffrey Young, who's up again. So we'll see if we can take that full screen again. So Jeffrey Young has the front 7. This is the 8th frame. Jeffrey trying to catapult himself into first place with a big game here. Another great shot. Oh, you see Jeffrey with a little emotion there.
He's excited. He wants it.
Yeah, he's starting to feel it.
Late fall of the 10-pin, you know, it's always a great feeling when you get that thing to fall when you're not sure. Not sure it's going to go.
That's right. And at some point, I'm sure that happy, funny Jeffrey Young will go away, and serious Jeffrey Young will probably come out in the last couple of games here. And
yeah, serious. I want to strike Young.
Exactly. He's got the front 8 right now, so he's got a big game brewing. And certainly, all indications are that he could move into the lead after this game. He trailed Eric Vermiglia by 27 pins coming into this game. Eric down on lane 1. Still has only bowled 5 frames this game, so.
Yeah, he's stepping up.
Yep, he's on the approach right now on lane 2. So we'll keep an eye on what he does. He's working on a double.
Zerbinski finishes up on lane 6 with a strike for the 235.
Looks like Eric might have something starting to brew down there himself. He just threw a 3rd consecutive strike.
Yep. He knows he needs it, I can tell.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me how it happens, how the scores kind of travel in packs for the guys near the top of the standings. It's like no matter what, they generally tend to kind of stay together at the same scoring pace. Although that wasn't the case for Stephanie Nation here this morning. She had a real bad last game. She's pretty disappointed with her effort in that final game. Shot 140, and she was 3rd place, only a couple of pins out of 2nd going into the last game. And
yeah, she was in a really good position. Just needed a big game, and actually wouldn't have had to be that big of a game.
Yeah, I think that she would have only needed to have shot 215, something like that. 213, 214, 215, somewhere in there would have been enough. But
it's about her average thus far in the tournament.
Yeah.
So, but she just, I think on lane, she was on 13, 14, and on 14, I think she had 3 splits.
Yep, she did.
Moving around, just kept going right through the face. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. And she's bowled a lot. She knows that's the way it goes sometimes. She's got a great attitude.
Yeah, she posted on Facebook already. She goes, my 20 minutes of being mad are over. Now it's time to refocus for the World Championships. So Stephanie's got the World Championships coming up in, about 6 weeks or so. So she'll refocus and get ready for that. And we'll have live coverage of the World Championships for you here on Bowl TV starting on August 19th.
And one of the beauties of team competition like that is, she'd have the whole team and coaching staff behind her, helping her stay calm. And not that she wasn't calm in that last game, but somehow that just means something different when you got the team behind you when you're bowling a game like that, or you're bowling your last game for the lead. And she always comes through, so it won't affect her. And she's a great bowler, has been for a long time. I don't know how many women's world championship teams she's been on. I think this might be her 4th, and for her age, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, she was on 2005, 2007, 2009, and 2011. I know that because I've been to all 4 of those.
Yeah, so now this will be the 5th.
Yep.
Which is crazy. So she's been on that team, and I know she's got, in team, she's got 3 silvers and a gold at least. So that's very impressive.
Jeffrey left the 10-pin, by the way, in the 9th. Covers it up. I think Shannon O'Keefe has been on a number of those World Championship teams as well. She was on 2005, 2007.
Definitely.
2009 was in Vegas. I think she was there, and then 2011 as well. So she's been on the last four teams as well. Denmark, Mexico, Vegas, Hong Kong, and now Vegas again coming up later on this year. And then next year, the Women's Worlds is in Abu Dhabi. United Arab
be,
Emirates.
That'll be interesting.
And thankfully, I'll have to tell Kevin Dornberger thank you. They have scheduled that for November so that we don't swelter in the desert heat.
Yes.
Which should be probably a lot nicer than going in the middle of the summertime.
It'll only be, 90 degrees
exactly.
Fahrenheit as opposed to 90 degrees Celsius or something.
But that should be a good trip to Abu Dhabi. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's
next year. And the World Youth is in Hong Kong next year. Is there a PABCON adult championship next year? Do you know?
There is a PABCON women's next year.
Oh, there is. Okay. Do we know where that will be yet?
Actually, I do not know where that's at.
No?
I don't think that's been decided. I think it's going to get decided in October of this year at the PABCON Congress.
Presumably, it won't be in the U.S., I would guess, because we just hosted it this last PABCON Adult Championships last year. So.
Yeah. Well, since I haven't bid on anything, it should not be in the U.S.
But you never know when an international tournament is going to magically appear in the United States, and then we're going to have to.
It's happened a couple times. You're exactly right.
So.
In a way, this World Combined Championships is that way. It was bid on by the city of Henderson and Sunset Station combined, with our support, but we essentially didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, we're not technically the host or the bidding country, or organization, I should say. We're bidding country, but not organization.
Yeah, but it's a tough change. Yeah, it's a lot of work, so we won't have to do quite as much of the work, but usually if anything goes wrong, we're going to get blamed anyways.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the thing that drives me nuts.
Well, Jeffrey's going to be in the 260s here.
Yep.
So it's a good game.
8 spare in the 10th. Get 267 if he strikes out in the last ball in the 10th.
And it looks like Vermelia is continuing to strike. He's got 5 in a row heading into the 9th and 10th frames. So he can still shoot 269.
Yep, looked like he was going to get passed up, and now they're going to be neck and neck.
Yeah, there's still a chance for Jeffrey to lead after this game, but it's looking slimmer and slimmer.
Yeah.
Especially since Vermelia had a 27-pin lead going into this game. So Jeffrey, of course, making a very smart move here, throwing a different ball on the fill despite shooting 260. He went and got a different ball to get a free look here, which is always a smart decision, I think.
Yep.
I don't think he liked that one. That ball might go right back in the bag.
Yeah, left a 10-pin. It kind of came back, but he wasn't happy with the back-end reaction, actually. It just didn't hit as well. Not sure what ball that was he yanked out.
Well, 7 and 8, still in the 8th frame here. Everybody else on our featured pairs wrapping up this game.
Do they always
Anthony
want to
Pepe,
look good on
238.
TV?
That's right. Take their time and get their TV time.
Check their makeup in between every shot,
So Anthony Pepe with a 238. He was in 5th coming into this game. I'm trying to see what Nathan Bohr bowled this game, or is bowling this game. It looks like he's on that same pair with Vermelia. And Nathan also bowling a pretty big game here. Started with 3 spares and then has thrown 5 strikes in a row. So those top guys have all turned it up a notch and really have put some big scores on the board here this game. Mike Fagan can shoot 258, so he's right there with him. I'm not sure what Chris Vi is shooting. He's down there on 3 and 4.
Looks like Eric might have left a 10-pin on lane 1. I can't see from my angle, but it looks like he's getting ready to shoot a spare.
Chris Vi can shoot 277. So all of a sudden,
lo and behold, all the scores are 260s, 270s.
They struggled at the start, and now the scores are really starting to pick up.
Seemed like we only had 1 game over 220 for the first 2 games.
Yep.
And now we're going to have a half a dozen of them over 260.
This is one of those deals where we thought John Serminski's 235 was looking pretty good. Now it's not looking so good anymore. Same thing with Anthony Pepe's 238. you're losing 30 pins on the guys in front of you shooting 230. You know, that's.
It looks like we got
tough.
another 279 on its way on lane 7. Chris, can't see his name.
I think you can see it, but you can't say it, right? Looks like Klizinski.
Blazinski. And
That's what I've been going with all weekend.
he
So.
throws his strike in the 8th for 5 in a row at the 279 pace.
So I might as well go full screen to 7 and 8 since there's nobody bowling on 9 and 10 right now. And we knew that would kind of happen.
Yeah.
You get those 4-sims and the 5-sims. It takes the 5-sims a couple of frames to catch up. Usually about 2 frames, I think, that it takes them longer. There we go.
Yeah, so 11 and 12, we had a 266, 238, and a 232. All right together on that pair.
Yep. That was a good pair that game. Dino Castillo's bowling a big game. Doesn't really matter because he's pretty far down in the standings.
He's
Dino
just
down
happy
at
if he doesn't
18th.
throw a gutter.
Well, and I said
strike.
something, and he
Illegal 1-5.
Up to 1-5. So
Better than a gutter, I guess.
yeah, Wiseman jinx there all over Dino Castillo, even though you couldn't see it.
Dino on the short had a game where he threw 5 gutters as he was playing it so tight, and one was a double gutter. That was the killer. All of them were on marks. He spared 3 of them, so can't say much. He had 1 double gutter, and that was the only open of the game.
Yeah, he threw 5 gutters, but I tell you what, when he hit the pocket, it was awesome.
Yeah.
When he shot 140 with 5 gutters, including a double gutter and 3 gutter spares, and
Yeah.
I think I tallied that he lost like 50 or 60 pins in count
Easy.
on the gutters, and that 140 could have easily been a 190, 200, 210, but
Yeah.
pretty crazy game.
Yeah, it could have been that much even if he just got some pins. He didn't have to strike on those gutters.
Well, that's the end of the 9th frame on this pair. They're starting the 10th frame now.
You got 4 in a row, 4 in a row.
Yeah, Mike Fagan is going to be up in just a minute after Scott Dole finishes up on the right lane, and Fagan missed a single pin in the 1st frame, had a spare in the 5th, and everything else has been strikes, so he can get to 258 this game.
Yeah, believe it or not, I think that single pin was a 3-pin. I saw that,
Really?
and I couldn't believe he missed the 3-pin. He went straight at it with a spare ball and just missed.
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, not normal.
But yeah, it's definitely abnormal to see players of this caliber missing single pins. It's really should be a given.
Especially a 3-pin, which was strange to leave and even stranger to miss. But that's what happens on your first ball. You move from another pair, and you know it's a mystery pair until you kind of get a feel for it. He missed that, and then he threw the next 3 in a row, and now he's got 4 in a row again.
And you would think that the 3-pin is a pin that you could make just by throwing your spare ball or your strike ball, but
Yeah.
I think it's a psychological thing.
Yeah, because
That's
you
why
just missed it.
Yeah,
You just
it's
missed it
like,
once.
you know, 9 times out of 10, Mike Fagan is going to hit the 3-pin on his first shot, but
More than 9 times out
yeah,
of 10.
probably more than 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
Probably 9.9 out of 10. You know,
Yeah.
but it's like a psychological thing. You just want to throw it straight at that pin, and
Yeah, and normally he'd never miss it throwing straight at a single pin,
no, yeah, for sure.
you know, but especially in the middle of the lane. But it's just one of those freak things.
You would fully expect you or I to miss a single pin, but not these
I
guys.
usually have my eyes closed when I'm shooting at those.
That's right. That's because they're so good that you can make them with your eyes
Kind of
closed.
like Michael Jordan used to shoot free throws with his eyes closed.
I shoot mine with my tongue out, kind of like Michael Jordan does, right?
Pete Treadwell shoots all his shots with his tongue out. They took pictures of him one time.
Nice. Fagan with another strike. It's 5 in a row for him. That'll get him into the, well, at least the 240s.
Yeah. Yep, another solid game.
Looks like Eric Vermiglia going to shoot 237. So
he will lose.
He will. Yeah, he's actually going to. I believe that. Yeah, Jeffrey Young should take the lead.
Couple pins if that's correct.
Yeah, Vermiglia 9 spare his last couple of frames here, and.
Isn't it crazy how we just went from 9 spare is you're losing ground.
Yep.
To from the last game we were, talking about 210 being a good score.
So 235. So he loses 31 pins on Jeffrey Young.
Four pins out, right?
Jeffrey was 27 pins. So.
Yeah, 4 pins.
Yeah. So Jeffrey Young is going to be our new leader. And Nathan Bohr had a big game. He looks like he shot he just threw his last shot, 258.
Michael Fagan finished 247 with 9 spare on the last ball.
So with Bohr shooting 258, Stravinsky shooting 235, 266 for Jeffrey Young, and
247 for Fagan.
Yeah, 247 for Fagan. We got a lot of big scores, and I think what that's going to do is it's going to just tighten things up even more, is what it looks like.
At the top there,
top, yeah. And Pepe shot 230, so
there'll be several of them will be pulling away. Is what's going to be happening here.
Yeah, I think
top
that
7 or 8.
We're going to see a gap develop at some point near the bottom half of the top 10, and so we'll see some separation. And with 3 games to go, the picture will start to get a little clearer as to who the legitimate contenders are for the 2 automatic bids for Team USA 2014.
Yep. Looking forward to that. I think we're going to have a couple of new players that are going to be great for the team.
Yeah, Jeffrey Young is going to be the leader with 3 to go, and Jeffrey has not been on Team USA before. Eric Vermiglia, who's going to be in second with 3 to go, has been on the team, but not since 2005.
Yeah, it's been quite a while, but he's bowled a lot of high-end tournaments, done well at the Masters a couple of times. He blogged from the Masters 1 year.
Yep.
And you get 8th or 6th or something like that. He's had at least 2 top 10 finishes in the last 5 or 6 years.
Neil, I noticed some of the players using some Aberlon pads between games. Talk a little bit about why they're able to do that, because that typically is not allowed. But
yeah, per our USBC rules, it's not allowed unless you have a special rule. And we have a special rule, and we have a reason for it, and that's because that's what WTBA allows in international competition. And I've said it several times on here, once or twice today and a couple times over the weekend. We are trying to simulate international competition as best as possible. Why would we not? So we're using their patterns, we're using their rules, and one of the rules is that they're allowed to adjust the surface of the ball by hand in a designated area in between games. So they're adjusting the surface of the ball with Aberlon pads back by the tall blacktop tables, and that's what we allow. So it's another way to have competition be as close to international competition. Make Team USA, this is what you're preparing for, so we might as well use it. And the reason why it's kind of important is if you make a change to your ball surface, you can't change it in between shots. So if you're making a change with your ball, you're stuck with it. So you better know what you're doing. You better make sure you're confident in that change and that adjustment, and commit to it. And that's why it's kind of an important rule, because if people are going to use it, they need to know how to use it. They need to know what to do. And so that's why we do it, and that's why we allow it, and that's why it's important.
So I can scuff my ball with an Aberlon pad between games. Can I use a polish or something to polish it up?
No, the rule is you can adjust it by hand. So, the rule, I'd have to get the rule to read it exactly, but at one point, I'm not sure if it still does, but at one point it specifically called out Aberlon, Sia pads, Sia air pads, which are made by or distributed by Brunswick, or Scotch-Brite. So it just called out the three. They didn't even want people using sandpaper because that makes such a mess. But
so you can't use like a liquid polish or something like that, even by hand.
Right.
Gotcha.
And even if you did, honestly, you'd
have to be pretty strong.
You need heat to really get that to adhere to the ball, bond to the ball, what have you. So putting a polish on by hand just really isn't going to do much. So.
Do you think we'll ever see USBC rules change on that?
I don't know. The main reason why it is the way it is because of the sandpaper. You know, back when the rule was written, there was only sandpaper. It was before any of these types of pads, Scotch-Brite and what else, were used, and it created a mess. It got on people's shoes. It got on the approach, and all it takes is for somebody to complain or somebody to slip and fall, and you know, it has to be discontinued. That's the way it is for like Easy Slide or powder. If someone complains about it, that's supposed to be the end of the usage of it on that pair. So I'm not sure that that's the way it works all the time in the leagues, but if you called the rules department with a complaint, or if you went to an official in your league with a complaint, that's the way it's supposed to go. So for that same reason, you know, I don't see the rule changing from a USBC position, just because it's just, you know, almost uncontrollable. In this environment, it's controllable. We have special areas designated where they can do it. In a league competition, it becomes almost impossible to watch over that, and also just almost impossible to make sure that it's not making a mess and causing a slip hazard or safety hazard for other people. And while that seems silly, you would not believe the stuff we get.
We've seen it all, haven't we?
Oh my God. So lawsuits and what have you. So it needs to be a rule that remains in place as of right now anyways. And the other reason why we allow it is international competition, you're limited to 6 balls when you're in, and so you're limited to 6 balls, so if you need to make a change to one of those balls, they allow it because you've only got a couple to begin with. Whereas in your league, you know, people have 20 balls out there sometimes, and so you can go to a different ball. You don't have to change the surface of the ball you're using. So that's the reasons. That's why we do it the way we do it. It's not always perfect. Doesn't always make sense to everybody, but that's the logic at this point.
Well, standings are updated, and as we told you, Jeffrey Young in the lead by 4 pins now at plus 350. See if I'm doing the math right here. 2,400, yeah, plus 350. Eric Vermilia plus 346. John Zerbinski plus 306. Nathan Bohr plus 305. And then a little gap right here between 4th and 5th. Anthony Pepe in 5th at plus 250. Mike Fagan plus 244. And there's another gap, as we kind of expected there would be. Chris Vi at plus 192. So there's another 50-pin gap right there. And then another gap between 7th and 8th. Chris Klaczynski has moved up into 8th place at plus 139. So we're starting to see a little bit of separation in certain spots here.
Yeah, Klaczynski had a 247 that last game also. Another one of the big ones. And Eric Vermilia started out with a double right off the bat here on 11 and 12, so he's not waiting around.
And Jeffrey made the turn down to 1 and 2.
Yeah. So he went to the pair that Eric was just on, and vice versa.
The good news is that Jeffrey's going to finish on 9 and 10, which is right in front of us here. Right. So that's helpful. I think that Vermilia will finish
3 and 4,
probably 3 and then. 4, and Zerbinski is going to finish on 7 and 8, if I'm not mistaken. Because I believe John Zerbinski's down on 1 and 2 right now.
So those guys will all be, you know, within earshot of each other for the most part, right in the middle of the house. If they stay in the top three, I'm sure that Nathan Bohr would like to have something to say about that. He's got the front three this game.
I'm not sure who's leading for the day, but Chris Klaczynski's
It's Mike Fagan.
692, so he's got to be up there.
Mike Fagan's at 718 for the day.
There you go.
It just happened to pop up on the screen when you said that, so I was able to see it.
Yeah, Captain Obvious. I just didn't quite see that.
I would say that as it stands now, Neil, we probably have, with 3 games to go, it's hard to say, but 7 guys with a,
Yeah,
6 guys with a good chance to make the top 2, 7 with a still a legit chance, and then it gets a little harder for somebody like Chris Klaczynski, who is more than 200 back of second. I mean, that's a lot in 3 games, you know.
That is a lot in 3 games, especially with this elite level of athletes here bowling. They're
So
not going to give up that many pins.
Yeah, and you got 6 guys averaging over 220. So I mean, if I had to guess, I would say it'll probably be those top 6 or 7 that are going to be the 2 that earn the automatic spots here.
Yeah, and most likely the top 4 actually when you
start looking
it's
at
three games
Yep.
here. But like you said, Fagan has 7 something for the first 3, so he's definitely making a move and trying to make a move. Actually, so he hasn't really come up the standings too far here.
Yeah, he's leading the day at 118 over, but
Still sitting in 6th.
yeah, still in 6th. He's moved up a little bit, but still has a long ways to go to move up the standings enough to get in the top 2.
Literally 102 out of 2nd. So
And that's a lot with 3 games to go.
Yeah.
But for somebody of Mike Fagan's caliber, that's not unattainable.
33 pins a game, he could do it. 34 actually. Sorry.
You're the math whiz, not me.
yeah. 34 it is.
But Eric Vermilia with the front 3 so far this game. He's in the bottom right corner of your screen in the kind of the yellow and orange and red high 5 jersey and shirt there.
He's about to step up on lane 11 here in a second.
Yeah, and Chris Klaczynski is also on that pair with the front 3 as well. So he really probably needs to shoot about 800 for the last 3 to have any sort of chance, I would think. Being 200 out of 2nd, I mean, those are the kind of numbers he's looking at having to shoot to have any sort of hope to get there, and even that might not be enough. Well, Vermilia starting to get a little excited out there. Eric Vermilia is not one to hide his emotion when he's bowling.
No, he doesn't tend to do that.
Eric came over and asked if the Open is over yet, because he's wondering if he's won an eagle yet, because he's leading the team all events.
Well, it's 1 o'clock in Reno, 1:10 in Reno. So
I'm not sure what time the last squad got on the lanes.
they probably have another hour, at least half hour, because the 2:30 team squad would be, so 2:30 would be when it's done.
Yeah, let's see here. I think Matt Canizaro posted something earlier. Maybe it was on his page.
So I think the 11:40 doubles the single squad would be the last squad that's out there. So they should
he posted 2 hours ago that in less than an hour the final squad will be on the lanes. So yeah, I think
on the lanes, yeah. So
I think that Eric still has a little bit of time to wait. So probably about the time he finishes here is about the time that he might find out.
Yep. Could be quite a moment for him. So if we have an award ceremony, I don't know what we talk about.
I don't know. I mean, I think that, I don't know when they make that official out there, but
it takes a little while till they can be sure that it's official. But if you know you're still leading at that point, you know you're in good shape. He's probably spent the time to check out his team and make sure It's not any problems.
But it could shape up to be a pretty exciting day for Mr. Vermiglia. It's hard to not think about it if you are Eric, because that's a pretty big deal to win an eagle at the Open Championships.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people with one of those, or in some cases more.
Oh, AJ popped some pins out. Don't see it too
Still
often
didn't
happen
get
here.
it.
Yeah, still didn't make it, but you don't really have to pop them out to make that one, though. But you did pop them. Chris Klasinski's string ends at 4 with that 10 pin you see on the deck there on the bottom right corner of your screen.
That was almost a 7-10. But he could have carried as well. It was a mixture. Covered it, which is key.
John Cervinski this game, what's he up to? Strike, spare, spare. And Jeffrey Young, spare 4-bagger. So Jeffrey not backing down here. Jeffrey's made the move down to lane 2.
Yeah, John Cervinski's on 1 and 2 also. Just got another spare.
Yeah, so 5 frames in, Cervinski, no doubles.
Yeah. Not good at this rate of Eric and Jeffrey doing what they're doing. Eric's up on lane 12 right now, lower corner of your screen.
Looks good. Eric with the front 5. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it looks like the final standings from the girls' singles are in from Puerto Rico, and the U.S. does not earn a medal. It was Christy Lopez of Puerto Rico with the gold, Juliana Franco of Colombia with the silver, and Sarah Pelajo of Mexico with the bronze. Sarah finishes 5th for
Sarah
Junior
Locker.
Team USA. Yep. Natalie Goodman 10th. Robin Renslow is 13th, and Mary Wells 16th. So
It's a good experience for them. They'll pull together as a team, especially you know, in doubles, and actually they have a trios there, right?
yep, they do.
Yeah.
Sarah missed the medal by 13 pins.
Yeah, that's
And actually only missed the
Tough.
gold by 24. So it was pretty close.
where was Camilla?
She finished 4th.
Yeah.
Shot 170 to 173 to last game.
Ouch.
So, yeah, Junior Team USA, no medal in the girls singles event. So the boys singles to come today in Puerto Rico. So hopeful for a medal in that event. But we'll have to wait and see. Apparently they're having problems with the website for the
I'm not surprised.
Puerto Rican Federation. And Neshka Cardona was nice enough to text me the final standings. That's how I was able to get them. So I'm gonna tweet that image so that everybody can see them.
Excellent. Yeah, we talked yesterday about how we have issues with connections down there in Puerto Rico. Eric Vermiglia leaves the 7-pin on his 6-frame shot there. Chris Klasinski did strike in the 6, so he's still on a 279 pace. That's pretty much what he needs to bowl to have a shot to make Team USA.
So if you want to see those final standings for the PABCON Youth Girls Singles, you can follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman.
All right. On that note, I need to
Gonna head out.
Move on. Yes, and I will see you for the award ceremony later this afternoon.
Sounds good.
All right.
See you later, Neil. Thanks for sitting in, keeping
you.
us company.
All right. Bye.
Neil Stremmel, USBC Managing Director of NGB, sitting in for a few minutes. So we're wrapping up game 4. Well, not wrapping up, but more than halfway through game 4 on 11 and 12. 9 and 10, 5 on that pair. Just starting the 5th frame of this 4th game of the day. You can see Eric Vermillion in the bottom right corner just left a 210 split. Let's get you updated on Jeffrey Young down there on the low end. See if we can get an update. Well, John Zurinsky just missed a spare in the 6th, it looks like, so an open frame for him. Jeffrey went spare 4-bagger, and then looks like he's shooting a single pin here, a 10-pin. So spare 4-bagger, spare for Jeffrey Young. So if you're just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here at the International Training and Research Center. little more than 2 games to go here in our men's competition final round action. Our next live stream event will be July 18th and 19th, so coming up in a little less than 2 weeks. Live from suburban Detroit. I'll be at the Junior Gold Championships for the final 2 days of competition. Be sure to join us for that. And then after that, we've got a little bit of a hiatus here on Bowl TV of about a month, until August 19th, when we have non-stop coverage of the World Championships here on Bowl TV. And that'll be followed by the Queens. So we'll have about 3 weeks of non-stop coverage for you on Bowl TV. Lots of great action coming up. Really going to be exciting. Looking forward to it a lot. So be sure to join us for the World Championships and the Queens here on Bowl TV the end of August and early September. Eric Vermilia with a 2.810. Not too happy about that. Back-to-back splits for him. He made the split in the last frame. Now he's got to try to make another one here. Looks like they're starting to wrap up down on the 1 and 2, where Jeffrey Young and John Serbinsky are bowling. Looks like Jeffrey opened in the 9th frame. Looks like he's got 196 in the 9th. As he heads into the 10th. Nathan Bohr is bowling another good game. He's got 165 in the 7th, strikes in the 8th and the 9th. Eric Vermilia struggling a bit here down the stretch in game 4. Greek Church now in the 9th for Eric. Looks like John Serbinsky opened in the 10th and shot 191. So perhaps the scoring pace has come back down a bit here. Jeffrey Young, 216. And Anthony Pepe can shoot 209. Nathan Bohr stands to be the big winner this game. He can get to 255. And actually, he was 45 off the lead. I don't think he can quite catch Jeffrey. If Nathan strikes out, he would shoot 255. And Jeffrey would still have the lead. By just a couple of pins. So it looks like Jeffrey Young's still going to be in the lead going into the last game here, but things sort of tightening up a bit. Even more than they were before. The fact that the players near the top of the standings have not bowled very high games this time around is good news for the people who are trying to make up some ground and catch them. Matt Gasson, 234. Nathan Bohr ended up opening in the 10th and shooting 220, so he missed an opportunity to make up some ground there on Jeffrey Young.
Oh, Eric Vermilia with a 7-10 in the 10th. Can you believe it? What a dreadful finish here for Eric Vermilia. So 200 on the nose for Eric Vermilia, as he closes with 3 consecutive splits for opens. Started with the front 5, 9 spare, 8 spare. The 8 spare was a split, and then went 7-2, 5-3, 8-1. So just wrapping up game 4 here on 9 and 10. The other pairs getting set to begin game 5. So wind down this 4th game. Try to feature players near the top of the standings for games 5 and 6 best we can. Should be able to show Zerbinski and Vermilia for sure. And not sure what pair Jeffrey Young is going to. I think Jeffrey's going to 5 and 6. So again, game 4 still wrapping up before we get started with our next game here. So they are done now with game 4. All the pairs cleared and ready to go here for this next game. It looks like we've got 3 of the top 4 on our 3 pairs here, so we may just leave it like this. Nathan Bohr is going to be on 9 and 10. John Serbinsky's on 11 and 12, and Eric Vermilia is on 7 and 8. Take a look, see if we've got any updated standings yet. Should be just another minute or 2 before we get them. And here we go, updated standings. Jeffrey Young still in the lead, plus 366. Eric Vermilia in second, plus 346. Nathan Bohr now in third at plus 325. John Zerbinski fourth, plus 297. Mike Fagan is in fifth at plus 260. So Fagan
is 86 pins behind second place with 2 games to go. Anthony Pepe in 6th, but he is almost 100 back with 2 to go. So barring any sort of dramatic stuff here at the end, it looks like the top 4 or 5 here will have the legit shot at the top 2 spots. So again, the 3 of the top 4 on our featured pairs here, so we'll kind of leave it as is for now. We've got Eric Vermelia on 7 and 8 right there on the top right corner of your screen. Strike, spare strike for him. We've got Nathan Bohr on 9 and 10 right in the middle of your screen. He's about to come into the picture here. He is currently in 3rd place. And John Serbinski, 11 and 12 this game. And Jeffrey Young, our leader, has started spare strike. We will have him on for the last game right here in front of us.
So again, just to recap where we are in the standings, Jeffrey Young in first place, Eric Vermilius second, 20 pins out of first. Nathan Bohr is third, and Nathan is 41 pins off the lead and 21 pins out of second. John Cervinski is in fourth place, and he is 49 pins out of second place. And Mike Fagan is in fifth, and he is 86 pins out of second place. Mike Fagan is on 13 and 14 right now, has started with a double. Needs a big finish these last two games to make up those 80-plus pins and get into the top two. Certainly not out of the realm of possibility, but he needs some big games. And he's running it out already in the third frame of this game, so I think he knows that he needs a huge finish. He just got an 8 count. Nathan Bohr, middle of your screen there with the spare. Strike, spare, spare for him. John Cervinski's up on the bottom right corner. Spare, strike so far for him. He puts a double on the board. Jeffrey Young, spare double. He's on lane 6 this game. And Eric Vermilius, strike, spare. So really nobody stringing any strikes here early on in game 5. This final, second to last game. As we are winding down men's competition here at the Summer Team USA Trials. Very close finish here. Still got 5 guys with a great shot to make the team. Top 2 make Team USA here 2014 this week. If you're just checking in with us here on the live stream, we are about a game and a half to go in the Summer Team USA Trials as the men's competition is starting to wind down. And we will find out shortly who the two are that will earn the automatic spots on Team USA. Let's kind of recap where we are, go through the standings, and check in with the players who are in the top 5. Jeffrey Young, the leader, has a spare 4-bagger this game. He leads the field by 20 pins. So spare 3-bagger for Jeffrey Young after 4 frames. Eric Vermelia currently in 2nd place, 20 pins off the lead. Strike, spare, strike, spare, strike. So going at a 200 pace, and he's about to be up in the top right corner of your screen. 3rd place is currently Nathan Bohr. He's 21 pins out of 2nd. He's on your screen right now on lane 10. Strike, followed by 3 9 spares in a row for Nathan this game. 4th place, John Serbinski, 49 pins out of 2nd. And Serbinski about to be up on the bottom right corner of your screen. Spare strike, spare triple. So John Serbinski has a chance to make up some significant ground here in this second to last game. 5th place, Mike Fagan. Mike, 86 pins out of 2nd place, and so far this game, double, spare, spare. We'll have to see if anybody below the top 5 makes a huge charge. I'm not sure that anybody really has a legit shot to get there. Anthony Pepe, maybe. The lefty has spare, spare, strike, spare, triple this game. But he is almost 100 pins out of 2nd. John Serbinski just left a 10 pin in the 7th. Serbinski trying to cover up the 10 pin here, and he does, no problem. Eric Vermelia did manage to put a double on the board for the first time this game. And Jeffrey Young went 9 spare in the 5th. Tyler asking if I have any thoughts on having a leaders pair like at Junior Gold or Team Trials to have the bowlers at the top hitting live stream to finish the day. Not really an issue here because we can see all of the pairs pretty much on camera in the ITRC. They're spread out a bit, but I did mention that to Neil that maybe we need a position round at the end or something, but I'm not sure that that's going to happen. They do not do that in international competition, so, and Neil wants to pattern this off international play, so that is not something that they do in international competition, so I'm guessing that he won't want to do that here.
Nathan Bohr just off the screen here. Probably need to widen that camera angle a little bit. Nathan with a strike. Widen that out a little bit. Maybe we can get a look at the bowler on the approach when they're up on that far left lane. All right, so pay close attention to the top right corner of your screen and the bottom right corner where Eric Vermelia and John Zerbinski are both on the approach currently. Eric working on a 3-bagger. This is the 8th frame. It goes high and leaves the 4-pin, not happy about it. And John Zerbinski now 8th frame working on a spare. And he shreds the rack for a strike. Right now they are both at 159 in the 7th, assuming that Eric makes that spare. So that means Zerbinski has made up no ground on Vermelia. Vermelia in 2nd currently, Zerbinski 49 behind him, so Zerbinski needs to make up ground with a little bit more than a game left. Zerbinski kind of slowly running out of frames here at this rate. Can't afford to go even with some of these guys ahead of him. He's got to put some big games on the scoreboard. He can still shoot 249 this game, which would be a good game. But it's still going to put him in a position where he's probably going to need 260 the last game or 270 the last game to get there. Nathan Bohr with a double. After 4 consecutive 9 spares, Nathan in 3rd place coming into this game. Jeffrey Young, 118 in the 5th and a spare in the 6th. So Jeffrey on pace with the rest of these guys as well. As of right now, no movement in that top 5. Things are kind of staying where they're at currently. Nathan Bohr, center your screen. Third consecutive strike for Nathan. Big shot coming up for John Serbinsky in the bottom right corner of your screen. Desperately needs to strike out here to have a chance to still have a sniff at the top two. It comes up light, leaves the 2-4-5. Serbinsky opens in the ninth, and that may spell doom for him. Can't believe he missed that spare. Jeffrey Young is up in the 8th frame on lane 6. With the camera on that right now. We will see Jeffrey for the last game, though. Jeffrey just left a 3.610. His max score has now dropped to 238 if he were to pick the spare up and strike out in the 9th and the 10th. Serbinsky just left a 10 pin, so he's looking at 207 max this game. One more game to go after this one. It looks like it might be a stressful finish here. Mike Fagan's starting to turn it up a notch here. Stringing 4 in a row, heading into the 9th and 10th frames. Can max at 267 this game, and that would be a big game for him. He needs a big game and some help. It's 2 big games and some help to make the top 2. Nathan Bohr working on a triple. He's turned it into a 4-bagger. Things shaping up pretty good here for Nathan down the stretch. He can get to 247 this game. Eric Vermelia can shoot 239 if he strikes out. John Serbinsky's final shot of game 5 of this block is a strike for 207. Puts John at plus 304. Eric Vermillion, top right corner. Gets a strike for the double. Puts him in the 220s. One more puts him in the 230s. A couple of big shots coming up here for Eric Vermillion and for Nathan Bohr, as well as for Jeffrey Young. We'll go full screen to Eric, as he delivers a second strike in the 10th. Let's take you to Nathan Bohr now. His first shot in the 10th. He can get to 247 this game. These are a couple of, this is a critical frame here for Nathan Bohr. High flush strike for Bohr. His 5th strike in a row. That gets him into the 230s. Mike Fagan still hanging around. Working on 5 in a row, entering the 10th. Can still shoot 267 this game. You can see Eric Vermillion on the top of your screen there. He strikes on the fill, strikes out in the 10th for 239. Jeffrey Young, he gets the first one in the 10th. He can still get to 238 this game. Big shot here for Nathan Bohr again. If he strikes here, he can make up some ground on Eric Vermillion, down by 21 to Vermillion coming into this game. And he gets another one. That'll put him in the 240s. He will still be down by double digits, but it will be a certainly not a deficit he won't be able to overcome in this last game. Jeffrey Young up, second shot in the 10th. And he strikes. Puts him in the 230s. Jeffrey Young is going to still be the leader going into the final game. These big scores are not great news for Mike Fagan. Jeffrey's going to go ahead and take his fill ball first. And he does strike for 238. Nathan Bohr's final shot. He strikes on the fill for 247. I think as it stands now, I've got Jeffrey Young at plus 404, Eric Vermelia plus 385, Nathan Bohr plus 372. And then I believe Mike Fagan has a chance to move into fourth, but he just left a split in the 10th, so strike that. So Fagan only going to be at around 230 this game. So he's not going to move into the top four. It'll be John Serbinsky in fourth. So it looks like three guys really battling for the two automatic spots. Jeffrey Young, Eric Vermelia, and Nathan Bohr.
Better when you leave. This year? I called him and said, I like this year? Yeah, it's supposed to be there when the rec reopens. Hey. I called Gordon after practicing here one day. I'll tell you to put him in. If you let me come out and give lessons, if I can have full access to the rec and come down and schedule lessons, so I worry that they're not going to do it as well.
All right, so our last game getting started here. We've got, looks like to be three guys really in the hunt here for the two spots. Jeffrey Young leading at plus 404, Eric Vermelia second, plus 385, Nathan Bohr third at plus 372. And then John Zerbinski, I've got him in fourth at plus 304, so that's 68 back. So we'll keep an eye on John, but we've got cameras on Jeffrey, who you see there. I
leaves a split first frame. And we do have a camera on Nathan's pair and on Eric Vermilia's pair. Waiting for the official standings update to come in. See, Mike Fagan had a split to close out last game, only shot 228. He sits at plus 288 coming into this game. Go over to Eric Vermilia. Here's Eric, and he strikes first shot in the 10th. Got Nathan Bohr up now, first frame. Down on lane 13. And he starts with a strike. Jeffrey Young, split for an open in the first. So he's looking to get back on track here in the second frame. He goes high on that one, leaves the 4-pin. Official standings now updated, and it's exactly as we expected. Jeffrey Young plus 304. Sorry, plus 404 for Jeffrey Young. 404 for Jeffrey Young. Eric Vermilia plus 385. Nathan Bohr plus 372. John Serbinsky plus 304. Mike Fagan plus 288. Anthony Pepe plus 282. Chris Vai plus 274. So watch Jeffrey shoot a spare here, since the other two guys that we are keeping an eye on are not up yet. This is our last game of competition. And we've got three guys really battling for the 2 spots here on Team USA 2014. Looks like Nathan will probably be the next one to go. Let me make a slight adjustment to that camera so we get a little bit better look at it. Watch Fagan. Oh, and Fagan excited about his double. Nathan up on the approach here. Ready to go. He has started with a strike. Let's see if he's got another one here. And he does. Starts with a double. Here's Vermelia trying to start with a double as well. He leaves a 10 pin. Vermelia did make his 10 pin. So Vermelia has made up 11 pins on Jeffrey Young, and Nathan Bohr has made up 21 pins on Jeffrey Young. So it's very close right now between these three. It's closer than we started after a couple of frames here. Remember, the top two in the standings earn the automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. Jeffrey Young up here in the third. Working on a spare. Comes up a little lighter that time. Mixes them up for the strike. Nathan Bohr is about to be up here working on a double. He's in the red jersey there. Our next live stream going to be the Junior Gold Championships Thursday, Friday, July 18th and 19th. So be sure to join us for that all day on those 2 days. So you make sure to join us right here on bowl.com. Trips out the 4 for the front 3. We'll go over to lanes 3 and 4 now, where Eric Vermelia is up. Working on a spare, strike spare start for him. And Vermelia with a strike. So taking a look here, it looks like since Nathan has started with the front 3 and Jeffrey has an open spare strike, Nathan has pulled to within 1 pin of Jeffrey Young here with 7 frames to go. And Nathan has moved ahead of Eric Vermelia by 7. So right now, with 7 frames to go, we take a snapshot. The top 2 would be Jeffrey Young and Nathan Bohr. But it's very close. They are all 3 within single digits of each other. So it looks like Nathan's going to be the next one to go here of our 3 leaders. If you're just tuning in, we're live at the International Training and Research Center. Lots of drama right now in the closing frames of the Summer Team USA trials. Jeffrey Young, Eric Vermillion, and Nathan Bohr all within single digits of each other. Chance for Nathan to take the lead on this shot, and he does. Nathan Bohr has now surged into the lead. So Nathan Bohr, now the leader, has started with the front 4 this game. You can see Eric Vermillion has left the 4-pin on lane 3 there. So Eric, a strike, and a spare coming. Lots of drama here in this final game, the final frames of the Summer Team USA trials. They bowled 14 games leading up to this one. This is game 15, and it's amazing how it comes down to these final frames, neck and neck, these 3 players. Don't want to count out John Serbinsky just yet, but he's got needs a lot of help to get there. And Jeffrey Young with a big 4 in the 4th frame. Big trouble here for Jeffrey Young, as things are quickly falling apart for Jeffrey down the stretch here. This would be his 2nd open of the game, and he is in some trouble. You can see Mike Fagan there. He's not really in the mix. Neil Stremmel, USBC Managing Director of National Governing Body. Welcome back, Neil.
Hi, how's it going?
Pretty good. We got 3 guys going for 2 spots, basically, is what I'm seeing. John Zerbinski, an outside shot, more than 80 pins out of second coming into this game. He's gone spare 5-bagger, so worth keeping an eye on there. But it really looks like we've got the 3 guys going for the 2 spots here. And here's Nathan Bohr with the front 4. Nathan is the leader now.
10-pin.
Yep. Despite the 10-pin, he still is in the lead. He has moved ahead of Jeffrey Young and Eric Vermillion. Right now, Jeffrey Young's on the verge of being the man on the outside looking in, despite leading coming into this last game.
A couple of splits makes it tough. 9 and 10 hasn't been a bad scoring pair all day, so I don't know if it's nerves. Hopefully it's not nerves. Hopefully he can come through in the clutch and make it in there.
Seems like he's had a couple of shots jump on him on this right lane. So he'll need to make an adjustment, but let's watch Nathan shoot his 10-pin here first. He covers that up, so we will watch Jeffrey step up here on lane 9. He struck on this lane last time, come up a little light mixer struck. Let's see what happens on this shot. Same thing, light mixer. Yep. And I'm going to guess that he's probably going to want to make a move left on the right lane because he's gone high the last couple of times on that lane. He struck in he left a 4-pin in the 2nd and then big forward in the 4th. So he needs to make an adjustment on that right lane on his next shot.
Yeah, can't afford an open. Really needs a strike.
So we're trying to keep an eye on Eric Vermillion as well. He is down on lane 3. He is on a pair that's going a little slow. Their pace of play is a little behind.
Looks like he's on a Dutch 200 pace right now. Strike, spare, strike, spare, strike.
Yeah, that's happened to Eric a lot today. He's had a lot of games that have started as looking like they were going to be Dutch 200s, and he's managed to pull out 230 out of them. So he's going to need to do something like that this game. We will head down to 3 and 4 now with our camera. Got a camera on each pair of these guys who are in the mix for these 2 spots. Now, what could happen here with Jeffrey Young bowling a potential subpar game here, if Eric Vermillion were to shoot something around 200, that would open the door for John Serbinsky to sneak in if he can shoot a big game like 290. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. John Serbinsky with a spare 5-bagger. Here's Eric.
And Eric just left a 7-pin.
Yeah, that's his tough lane. He left a 4-pin last time, 7-pin this time. John Serbisky's about to step up on lane 8.
Yeah, I don't think we have an angle that be able to show you. This would be the closest angle we have. He'll be coming into the screen on the far left side. There he is. John's still hanging around. I don't think we can quite count him out yet.
Definitely can't.
With the way things are going this game, John could be bowling his way right back into this thing.
Nathan's about to step up on lane 14.
Thanks for the heads up. It's hard for me to swing my head around. They're kind of all over the place here. So we will watch Nathan Bohr here. Front 4-9 spare for Nathan.
Oh, I just saw Mike Fagan leave an 8-pin.
And here's Nathan in the 6th. Good shot. He's our leader right now. And he's looking pretty solid at this stage. I mean, you have to think that Nathan, if he can just finish it out, will be in good shape.
Nathan didn't look real solid at the line on that shot. I'm not sure if he stuck or slipped sideways. I don't know. I haven't noticed that on previous shots, so I don't know if that was just a one-time deal or if he's having trouble down on that pair.
A couple of more strikes, and I think Nathan will feel pretty good about his position, especially with the guys who were in front of him cooling off a little bit this game. This is going to be an interesting finish, I think.
Yeah, it already is. So we're going to have Vermilya up on 3 and 4 in a minute.
Yep, he's just waiting his turn here. He's got his ball in his hand. You can see him there, center of your screen.
And then it'll be Jeffrey Young right in front of us on 10.
I think what we do know is that if John Serbinski wants to stay in the mix, he has to keep striking.
Yeah.
Because Serbinski was 81 pins behind Vermilya, who was in second. So he has to beat Eric by 82 to have a realistic shot here.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that John is going to catch Nathan. And here's Eric. Eric has not doubled this game. That is his good lane. He has struck every time on that right lane. It's the left lane that he has not struck on.
Yeah, so he's on a 200 pace. Serbinski needs a strike here to stay on a 290 pace. So there's your 80 pins, just shy of the 82 pins you're talking about. So it'll be interesting.
There's John Serbinski. Spare 6-bagger for John.
Oh.
Comes up light, leaves the bucket, and that's big trouble for John.
Now we have Jeffrey Young on lane 10.
Jeffrey desperately needs a double here. He did make a move on that.
Sat pretty good.
He made a big move on that right lane, and that paid off for him. And almost playing a little bit of fallback there, a little direct, and not really trying to hook it too much, and that seems to be a good play right there. Let's go to Nathan Bohr now. What do you think, Neil? Does the bucket by Serbinski kind of limit his chances now?
Yeah.
He might be done at this point because now his max goes from 290 to 260. Here's Nathan. And Nathan with another strike for the double.
That was big for him, just like Jeffrey Young's was big for him as well. So how many pins was Eric Vermilya behind Jeffrey Young?
Eric Vermilya was 19 pins behind Jeffrey Young coming into this game. So it looks like it's going to come down to those two guys. Because I think that Nathan's probably going to stay up there.
So technically, at this point, if they both strike out, it looks like Jeffrey Young would win by 4 pins.
Yeah, Jeffrey can shoot 235, and Eric can strike out for 240. That's what it looks like to me. So that would be a 14-pin win for Jeffrey, it looks like.
Jeffrey Young still has his fate in his own hands, it looks like.
That's all you can ask for.
That's right. If Jeffrey strikes out, he's going to make the team, is what it looks like.
He already had 2 splits and opens in this game, and to still have your destiny in your own hands is a good feeling.
Here's Eric Vermilia. And Eric just can't buy a strike on that left lane.
Like
leaves a 3-6.
Yeah.
And so his max score is tumbling in a hurry. It's gone from 240 now to 220. Nathan Bohr is up. Let's take a look quickly at Nathan. Nathan working on a double 8th frame. That one's high, leaves the baby split.
And he went from a 279 down to he's got to pick it up to stay in the 250s.
Still in good shape, though, for him.
Yeah.
If he can stay clean, pick this up, stay clean, he'll be in good shape. Closing stages of this men's Summer Team USA trials. Carolyn Doran Ballard, Kayla Johnson already earned the automatic spots for the women.
Yeah, that was a great finish as well for second place.
Yeah, so we couldn't ask for any more drama than we've had today.
I guess when you got 15 games, it's going to be close when you got good bowlers.
That's right. And here's Eric trying to cover the spare. Got to have it here. And he misses it to the right.
Didn't chop it, he just missed it.
Yes,
to the right.
he did. Missed it all the way to the right, left the 3-pin standing, and that is big trouble for Eric Vermilia. Certainly not over yet.
Bowled
But
well all week, and it's always important to remember at this point that this is all part of the selection criteria process as well. So don't lose your head, don't blow it, don't kick a ball return. Nathan on 14 trying to cover, and he does.
And I think that spare combined with the open by Vermilia pretty much locks Nathan in.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah, he stays clean.
Even if Nathan goes 9 out, 9 out, he's in the 2 teens, and Eric Vermilia can only shoot 2-0.
Yeah.
So, and I don't see Nathan going open to close this thing. Here's Jeffrey Young in the 7th. Jeffrey still has some work to do here.
Big shot here. Oh, it's going to get back.
No problem.
Wow,
he got it.
The
Triple.
last 2 shots on that lane came in a little light mixer, and that came back much more so. That was a big one.
I think if Jeffrey can steal a strike in the 8th, he's going to be in good shape.
Yes.
That's what it's looking like right now.
Like we said, it's in his hands, which looks like Eric down on lane 4 on his good lane didn't strike for the first time this game.
Yeah, he left a split. It appears, a 2-8-10. And does this possibly put Zerbinski back in play? Zerbinski can shoot 266 if he strikes out. He would need a lot of help from Jeffrey Young, I think, to get there. He was 100 pins behind Jeffrey Young. If he shot 266, Jeffrey would have to shoot 165. And
he's got 85 in the 5th with a double right now. Jeffrey Young does.
Yeah, and Jeffrey is going at a 180, 190 pace. So Zerbinski would need an awful lot of help to make it as an automatic at this point. So it's kind of shaping up to be Nathan Bohr and Jeffrey Young at this stage with the potential open frame coming for Eric Vermilia. Keep an eye on that. He's going to shoot a 2-8-10 here in just a second. Nathan's going to go here in the 9th frame.
He needs to throw a good shot, not through the nose. He's been throwing good shots on this pair all game. Very solid.
He's got it, and I think that locks in Nathan Bohr for sure.
Yeah.
Probably gives him the top spot.
Number 10 all the way, baby.
So here's Eric Vermilia shooting a 2-8-10.
Yes.
In the 9th frame, if there's ever a time where you really got to try to go for it here, it's here.
Oh,
he spun it around at it.
Spun it around, had a chance at it. It's the best you can do with that.
Open frame, so he's at 187 max. And I just don't think that's going to get it done.
2-8-10. I mean, I think I've got that twice in my life.
Yeah, same for me. I've made it twice.
A little brutal.
So the closing stages here, only a couple of frames to go. Nathan Bohr looks like he's probably going to win this thing. And right now, the ball is in Jeffrey Young's court.
Shout out to Michael Newton, who's got a chance at a 280 in the 10th frame on lane 12.
Be a good way to close things out for him.
Yep.
I wonder if John Serbinski's still looking around trying to do some math here. John can mathematically still get there.
Yeah.
But it's the path is difficult for him.
He needs a lot of help.
Yes, he does.
It's almost, it's hard to ask for that help from.
Yeah, from bowlers of this caliber.
Yeah.
Not mathematically over, but realistically not a great chance here for John Serbinski. Trying to keep an eye on which one of our three at the top will be up next. Since none of them appear to be up yet, we'll slide over, take a look at John Serbinski's shot here. He gets the first one in the 10th.
Still looking at 266. Looks like Jeffrey Young's going to be up in the 10th here now.
Yep, Nathan also about to be up in the 10th. So Nathan and Jeffrey's going to be up in the 8th.
Yeah, lane 10.
Lane 10 in the 8th. And Nathan's going to be up in the 10th. Nathan's
wearing
max.
number 10.
That's right. And Nathan's max 257.
I'm hilarious. Just ask me, I'll tell you.
That's right.
As long as I amuse myself, it doesn't really matter if anybody else laughs.
I'm trying to see if Jeffrey or Nathan are going to go first. Looks like they might go at the same time. John Serbinski is up for his second shot in the 10th, and he just struck, so gets him in the 260s.
He knows he's close.
Yeah. He missed a spare in the 5th game tonight too, a 245 that. And whoa, Jeffrey Young is going to stop here. Serbinski missed a spare that cost him 12 pins, and that could be the difference for him.
Yeah,
it's amazing how it comes down to one missed makeable spare, potentially.
Jeffrey Young stopped, and that's the thing to do. If you're distracted, catch something out of the corner of your eye, whatever. It's always better to stop, regather, go at it again. It's true in all sports, really.
So here he is working on 3 in a row, 8th frame. He has made the big move left on this lane. That's going to be pretty good. And what a good move on that right lane to deliver a couple of clutch strikes.
Yeah, considering he was through the face on the 4th frame and then comes back with a strike to make it a 4-bagger on that lane. Serbinski's last shot is good.
And here's Nathan Bohr, first shot in the 10th. And that's going to do it. Nathan Bohr going to be your winner here at the Summer Team USA Trials. Serbinski gets to plus 370 with the 266. Eric Vermiglia is finishing up down there on 3 and 4. He struck on his first shot in the 10th, it looks like. Can still get to 187, but. And actually, a strike here would keep him ahead of Serbinski. So it is an important shot here for Vermiglia.
Just in case.
Just in case Jeffrey Young falters in the final 2 frames.
Difference between 3rd and 4th, or
because if
Eric
spares here, he shoots 177, loses 23 pins, puts him at plus 362. And so he has to have this to pass Serbinski, and he doesn't get it. So Serbinski will finish ahead of Vermiglia at least. And now we have to do a little bit of math.
So the best Eric can do is 3rd, and most likely not going to be 3rd. Most likely he'll be 4th, which is a bit of a drop from yesterday, but the long pattern is a tough one for a lot of people. And
so Jeffrey Young is going to need 167 this game, and he's about to be up. And he's just about there already.
Yeah, he is.
really just needs count in these last couple of frames. If he strikes here, guaranteed on Team USA. Here's Jeffrey Young.
And he gets it.
Jeffrey Young on Team USA 2014 along with Nathan Bohr. How about that?
Nothing like bowling your way on.
So Nathan Bohr and Jeffrey Young. There's Nathan Bohr with a big smile. 243 last game. A pair of former Wichita State Shockers on Team USA. No surprise that a couple of bowlers from Wichita State would make it onto the team.
Yeah. Make their way here, make their way on the team.
So Nathan Bohr, 243 that last game. And that puts him at plus 415.
For the day, it looks like.
It looks like Jeffrey actually will probably win this thing because he's now come from behind and will move back ahead of Nathan. So Nathan will be on the team, but it looks like Jeffrey will win the event. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Neil.
Yeah, no problem. We're almost to the point where we know the final standings, but I'm still looking at day 3 here, and Michael Fagan and Chris Vai are 1-2 on the day, as Jeffrey Young is there as well.
So I have Nathan Bohr at plus 415. And Jeffrey Young needs 212 to pass that. So it's not
tight,
he needs
good count
9 spare 9 would put him at
I think so.
212, yep. I believe, right?
13.
213? 9 spare 9 would be, yeah, 213. And
that's what he needs, right?
And he needs
212 to tie or win.
212 to win. So still a little drama here in the final frame. I kind of assumed that that Nathan was gonna pull in and take the win, but Jeffrey has come from behind here and strung 5 strikes in a row.
Yeah, Nathan had that baby split that pulled him back, and then actually the second ball in the 10th he split on as well, which might cost him the
So here's Jeffrey. Needs 9 spare 9 to win the summer trials. Oh, and he breaks up the split, leaves the 10 pin.
He went high on that lane again. He carried him when he needed to in that middle of that 5-bagger. He's on the team, so it's just, is he going to win or is he going to get second?
So he needs the spare, and he needs 8 for 212, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Yes.
So then that would give him plus 416, and Nathan finished at plus 415. So he needs the spare and 8.
It's good that he tripped out that 4 pin.
Covers the spare.
I always like to see him. I mean, he struggled. He had 2 splits early. On the 1st and 4th frame, wasn't looking good. I'd like to see somebody reach back, throw a 5-bagger to bowl right back onto the team, and could bowl his way to the championship with this shot.
So here we go. Jeffrey Young, final shot. Needs 8 for the win.
Looks pretty good.
Yep, and there's 9, and Jeffrey Young wins the Summer Team USA Trials and earns his first spot on Team USA and joins Nathan Bohr as the 2 automatic spots on Team USA for 2014. So congratulations to Nathan Bohr and Jeffrey Young.
Gets a
for making the team.
congratulations from John Srbinski. Quality player there, quality move. Wouldn't expect anything less.
And Jeffrey Young, product of the Junior Team USA program, so nice to see him take the move to the next level and make it on to Team USA.
Yep, that time with the coaching staff here and the time at the training center is going to be a big value for him, I believe. Hopefully we can get him stepping up to the next level. That'd be great.
And as a consolation prize for John Serbinski and Eric Vermelia, they officially, as of today, will be Eagle winners at the Open Championships, it appears. John Serbinski winning the all-events title and Eric Vermelia the team all-events title. So I'd say that's a nice consolation prize for those guys. So
Winners all around, yes.
that's right. So that's going to do it from here at the International Training and Research Center. Thank you, Neil Stremmel, for sitting in. And
Thank you. Excellent job.
thank you very much. And we'll wrap things up here. Just to recap, we have Jeffrey Young winning the Summer Team USA Trials with a score of plus 418. And Nathan Bohr finishing second at plus 415. So those two guys earned the auto spots on Team USA for 2014. This morning, it was Carolyn Dorn-Ballard and Kayla Johnson who earned the automatic spots on Team USA on the women's side. So that's going to do it for now from the International Training and Research Center. We'll be back with you live on Bowl TV on July 18th and 19th from the Junior Gold Championships. I'm Lucas Wiseman. We will see you back here on Bowl TV in just a couple of weeks. You can follow me on Twitter at Lucas_Wiseman. Have a great night, everybody. Talk to you next time.